Hello, I am the Ronin Bond, and welcome back to a welcome back. Comcast, this live stream brought to you by internet connectivity provided by Comcast. Comcast, responsible for this nightmare of drop connections and extra videos and extra notifications in your inbox and my inability to, perform my career. Brought to you by Comcast, ladies and gentlemen, the #1 provider across the United States of America of overpriced internet and television services that do not live up to the spec of every other nation in the world that pays less. Welcome back. Comcast. Tons of issues by Comcraps' Shadow Reaper 2020. Don't we all? Including just, that they suck! They suck. I mean, they've been very good about keeping my internet alive. It's just annoying the past 2 days, like 2.5 days, that it's been up and down and up and down and up and down, and it's a nuisance, is what it is. And in addition, like, they do overcharge. Like, the price that we pay for internet and TV in this country is exorbitant. It's a lot. It's way more, and it's not. We don't get as good of internet as most nations do. It's ridiculous. Blame Twitch. For the bot not realizing that it's online. Everything's got a little bit of a delay. We're in Kerbal. Give me chase cam, thank you. No SAS, throttle to full. Here's the craft put back out on the pad. Really should have had the brakes toggled on to start on a planes. That's another little correction, but I don't want to edit this again. It's sitting nice. If we can fly it, then I'm ready to call this done and move on to building SSTOs, but I went ahead and had a live stream break. Waiting for the internet to come back up, and when I came back and sat down, it was here. It wasn't here, it was not on when I sat down. As I sat down, it came back to life, so it worked out pretty good. Throttle to full, we're ready to go. Houston, could you say yes to clearance?
Yes to clearance?
Thank you.
Who's Clarence, by the way? Sounds like an old dude.
Yeah, he's really old. Alright, just go. Fire it up, and then brakes off, and let's see how this one flies. We'll watch it from here as we go to take off. This might even be a craft that just takes off on its own because the wings are now tilted in such a way, so I'll wait until... Oh, yeah, she takes off on her own. No SAS, by the way, on that takeoff. Let's immediately throttle down. I don't want to, test the max speed of this again. I just kind of want to, tool around the Space Center without SAS. I think now, because we're carrying this much fuel, too, it's just, the right sort of weight to the craft, If it's too lightweight and it's got 2 engines on it, it's just a bit much, But this feels a lot more natural, a lot better. Let's just fly around the Space Center here for a second and see if we can't, not slam into the VAB. Ooh, shall we buzz Houston? Let's see if we can't buzz Houston in the tower. Yeah. I do wanna look at the how much trim it requires and whether it's too high or too low, but I could pull it hard. Yeah, pull hard, pawn. There we go. Pull hard, full spin, no tapsies. No tapsies. Down like you, and then Houston. Hey, Houston. You awake in there? You awake in there, buddy? We buzzed Houston.
Yeah, it's not my first day on the job. You do that a lot, Pawn. I'm honestly sort of immune to it.
Well, when's the last time I crashed a craft directly into the tower?
I've got a parachute now. I can jump out of this thing. I've been working here a minute, buddy.
Alright, well, fair enough. He's learned to deal with me. But yeah, so let's just, get it on the level and let it fly and see... It wants to pull itself up on the level, so we trim down. Trim down, trim down, trim down. At this speed, incidentally, your trim will change depending on how fast you're going because you'll be generating more lift in more places. But that looks to be about the right amount of trim for flying steady at 130 some meters per second. Slight bit of above the horizon going on there. I'll trim it down just a touch more, maybe a touch more even. Okay. Just wanted to see it. Just wanted to see it. All right, at 140, go ahead and just bank hard and see if we can handle it. We can and did handle it. It's time to go and land. The Dutch call the shopping cart Winkelwagen. What are you talking about? With your stroopwafels in chat. Get your stroopwafels out of my chat. Just look to this way, because I don't know what's going on with the runway yet. Alright, we'll come in like this. Nice slow speed. We'll throttle down even more. Hopefully I maintain enough lift to come in. Go ahead and lower your landing gear as I scare the crap out of everybody in chat. F5. Can't F5 while about to crash. We're not gonna crash. Okay? I know how to do this. Ish. Throttle down to nothing, please. Okay. Now, if I pull up, just trim up a bit, even. You won't let me F5, you bastard. Right? Yep. More trim. Come on now. Get down. Where are we? 3 meters above the surface. We're gonna run out of runway here in a second. Okay, are we on the ground? I think we're bouncing. I think we bounced a bit. Yeah, we're about to run out of runway. Brakes? No. No. Alright. Brakes off. Brakes off. Yeah, we're bouncing. Brakes. 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 Didn't need that wing. Didn't need that engine. Perfect. Perfect landing. Every time. Perfect land. We were running out of... I could land it if I wanted to, but that's good enough. Cover the vessel. Good work, Jeb. My vehicle needs Doppelschutzklappen? Doppelschutzklappen? Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Alright, that is a good flight. Good test of the craft. Cover it. I think we're ready to build for, you know, a mission. Incidentally, mission control. What, you got anything else for me? VIP safely to our destination. Orbit around the moon. That would be 3 that I could take for... Yeah, you... and then... Yeah, so we're going to try and build something that takes off from the runway and then goes to the moon and back. Good luck, right? That was a surprisingly accurate pronunciation. You think I don't know my what the fuck was it? My Schlitzenhive Maven, nice lady? You think I don't know it? Don't insult me. Alright, so that's our first craft. Just tooling up for... Oh, is that how you make a plane again? And it is, and we did. What is the difference between these two? Electric charge, monoprop, 10 on the reaction wheel. My god, that's a lot of reaction wheel for... well, I guess... Why would you put a reaction wheel in a plane anyway? It's a lot of reaction wheel. Still 10 here, but what's the deal? Why do you weigh so much more? You've got a nose cone built into you, but is there any, like, benefit? Electric charge 50, monoprop 7.5, pitch torque's the same. It's just a different style, and I don't have to put a thing on the nose. Alright. I was just curious. I'm gonna use this one, I guess. Stream's gonna die soon. Yeah, I'm just starting a new build, so get ready for the stream to fucking... So, we have now, I believe, 3 people who want to go to the moon. We've got... You guys can't see it, you just have to trust me. We've got the VIP who wants to orbit around the moon. We've got 1 tourist who wants to orbit around the moon, and we need a seat for Barfrey, who needs a rescue in orbit of the moon. So it's not just a orbit the moon mission, it's a orbit the moon and rescue a dude who's probably at low moon orbit. Now that we've taken the mission, I could go out and find and see, but so that's actually going to be, it's going to make this a lot more difficult if we're going to need seating for 4, because we've got 2 of them to bring with us, and one of them to pick up and one to steer the craft. Now, that said, I wanted to actually make this into a tourist craft, so maybe we leave all of the seats empty. I mean, we bring the tourists, but we leave the cockpit empty and we probe this thing up. Maybe that's what we do. Huh? And then we fly it with a probe. I don't hate that idea. Give me a hex. And put you there. Is that gonna... That should be fine. Yeah. And then it'll need comms and a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, we could probe fly this so that it has the option of a pilot. Maybe we pick up the guy and he's a pilot and it makes it easier for us, but we can get there with just a probe. And that would make more sense for the tourist version of this craft as well. Well, keeping the weight as low as we can. So, for the, you know, go part of things, you'll need a little bit of liquid fuel. I don't think you worry about that yet. Let's focus on that there's a probe on board here, and it's going to need the best comms we can give it. The best comms we can give it probably going to be one of these. So let's have one of you on top. And which way do you open? Like that once we're in space? Okay. That'll be our antenna. We're going to want more electricity than they give us to start with. Because it is a probe. So, if I put you on there. And we're going to want the ability to generate electricity once we're up there. I do prefer the 1x6s, I think. Don't know where you go yet on this craft, though. So, yeah, I could have you like that. Doesn't really change anything. You'll rotate to where you need to be. Yeah, that's nifty. That's nifty enough. And we'll bury all of that under a nose cone, is my plan, anyway. Why is everyone talking with your Germans in chat? Aber ich bin mal weg. Guten Nacht. Okay. Good night. Have a nice nining. Why not just bring a claw to bring back that stranded Kerbal? Pushing it out of orbit is a thing. I don't know if I'm concerned about that right now. We've got the probe. I'd love to build off of the probe that I built to make it make it better. Because the first one's good, but it could be improved. Once you build one, you always see, what else would be nice to have. And what else might be nice to have here would be one of these before you've deployed the other one. How much do you weigh? 0.05. You weigh 0.015. Put you on the bottom. It's not really balancing the load, but, it's there. It's there. Oh, yes. I like that. So we've got some extra electricity there. I think I'd like to have more, but I'd need, like, a bay for shit. If we are going to orbit the moon, stuff. Should I have a bay? Should I bring your mom? She's my bay. Structural. If I just did structural fuselage, can you build on the inside of the structural fuselage? As you very well should. I mean, I can. I can force things to be where the fuck I want them. So maybe I maybe I just will then, huh?
Wir like bauen Sie statt Jessen ein Gussflugs you Kappa.
Me too. Me too, Noah. With the 100-bit cheer, thank you. 2 of them on either side, because you can't, build on the inside. It has no inner thing, but if I just do that, and then spin ya, and then merge ya, it certainly makes it a smaller space to walk around in. Pull you down to this end. You guys not merging through? No? Alright, let's see how close I can get to the wall before I start seeing you penetrate through the other side. That does it. That does it for having, what does that give us? 400 each, so that's 800 plus the 200 that's on there. That's 1,000 plus what's already in here, which is 50, so 1,050 electrical charge. I think I'm cool with that. And we actually have, this is a space where they can come and things and stuff. As long as we're doing that. Is this okay? Am I allowed to do this? It's gonna fuck up the aerodynamics or something, but as long as we're doing that, I don't see why we wouldn't go ahead and say, hey, it's a science vessel. And I will do this in symmetry just because why not? You know, these things weigh nothing, ostensibly. So 2 of you, 2 of you. And then you're coming inside, boys. Well, number 1, you're gonna rotate. And then you're gonna come on inside. Having some trouble seeing where you are inside. Don't want you violating physics. There you go. And then you as well. You. With snapping. Spin you all the way around. All the way. Is that all the way around? It's as much as it wants to. What are you doing? Just give me this. Grab here. Grab here. I think that's more all the way around. Run palm. Things inside the fuselage don't count as shielded and produce metric tons of drag. Well, so glad the game doesn't suck ass. That. So, but there are other parts now that could possibly do this job for us, right? If I go to payload, I got service module. 0.15, 0.1, service module. Whoa, what the fuck are you? Okay, you're a bit bigger. You're a bit bigger, and then the shroud off, and it's just bays and stuff. But I like the idea that there's, you know, this is a hallway, and there are things on the inside of the hallway. They don't enable that kind of gameplay. They're not interested in that. He ignores my cheer. What was your make your own science junior with blackjack and hookers? Hey. Let's move to. It's weird how big of a deal. So this is gonna create a bunch of drag, even though it's on the inside of a part and so forth and so on and whatnot. I don't care. We'll see. We'll see. Like, I'll bridge that cross when I come to it, you know? That's the plan there. But I like that. I like that a lot. With it being a spacecraft, and it's going to need SAS once it's up there, especially since it's going to be kind of a big thing, what if I just finish that off with one of you guys? Possible. And then, you know, it needs to fly and shit, would be the idea. Have we got everything that we need for a probe to work reasonably well? Maybe. With the nose cone. So, we got this guy that we can just put on top of you and then drag back. Does that include those? Who's to say, really? But that covers up over that stuff. I mean, I could put that back here, too, but no. No. So that, we can ditch that when we want to. Alright, so really what we want to do is focus, I think, first on the delta V that we'll need once we're in orbit, and then see about lifting it. Right? So the question is, I don't have anything that like switches between just liquid fuel and oxidizer in terms of engines, I presume. I would presume I don't have anything so advanced, even after buying in the Panther afterburning turbofan. So it's very powerful. I don't know where would I be looking for in order to see max thrust, stationary thrust, engine ISP at sea level, 9,000 to 9,000 in vacuum. It uses intake air, liquid fuel. It's got its own max thrust, stationary thrust. It says it could operate in vacuum, but it can't, right? It's just giving me numbers that mean nothing. Yes? we're probably going to end up using that anyway. That is my strongest jet engine, isn't it? Currently? Certainly appears to be. Okay, and then the Weasley. Turbofan, turbofan, turbofan. What's your deal? I'm just looking at these numbers now to try and get a sense of things. Max thrust 120, max thrust 1.07, but 219 kilonewtons of force versus... I don't understand you. Versus 120 kilonewtons. No, 107. And this is in a different mode. Which is the afterburner mode. Yes. Okay. Okay, I see the difference. We'll unlock it as well. But that being the case, we can fly it on one kind of engine with some liquid fuel and some oxidizer, and then once we're up to a certain height, we just got to take off with, or not oxidizer, with just intake air, and then we got to, you know, switch over to something that burns LFO. It's the only way that this is going to do anything for us. So let's focus on that LFO first, I believe. How long do you want to make this craft, my friend? I do not know. I have very little idea. Give me the big one. That's not the big one, is it? That's... I didn't mean that kind of big. Show it to me by mass, maybe? I hate the way that this whole game is sorted. There you go, that's the one. So that makes you very, very long, is what that does. Kind of a maybe scenario. For an engine to attach to this, just going to the moon, maybe we can get away with the swivel. 1,537 meters per second at altitude 0. Okay. Let's say we started this thing off at, I don't know what we'll be able to do with, like, how much height we'll be able to get, but let's say it was like 30 kilometers. So if we had to fire these then, we'd be getting 1,965 meters per second off of that with a TWR of 2.55. Good, because we're going to attach a lot more fuel to it. And I believe the way that I'm going to do that is with side fuel containers. And if we can bring the whole thing back, that's the point of something like this, is the whole thing comes back. We don't drop it and save the weight and make ourselves more efficient. We bring the whole motherfucking thing back. So Q, perhaps? Okay, now we've got almost 3,000 meters per second with a TWR of 1.67. With a TWR of 1.54, 3,000 meters per second, if we can start that up from well in atmosphere. But we are going to be lifting 14 tons with wings and jets. So the more weight that I can move forward, the better. The more weight I can move forward, the better. Don't want to block their view, though. This is a tourist ship. Let's not forget, this is supposed to be a tourist ship. Center of mass. Oh, that's not bad, actually. That is not bad. Yeah, okay. This could make with the working. And the worky-doos. It could make with the worky-doos, is what I'm gonna say. Yeah. Birds is fucking tall. I'm sitting here thinking about my next move and what it's gonna look like and whatnot. So, like, 3,000 meters per second at Delta V, very cool. That's a lot. That's a lot we'd be bringing. I'm going to need monoprop and monoprop style controls if we're going to get our... I'm not going to need it, but it'd be nice to have it. You've only got 7.5 monoprop in it. Not enough penis shape. If just look at it from just like there. There you go. All right. We'll build like this for the rest of the thing. But yeah, having a little bit more monoprop would be nice. The smallest monoprop tank that I've got is you. And these I would shove in the place that we're probably going to have to rip off because of the drag or something later. But that's where I'd like to put them. So if I can get you in hand and then figure out what I need to do, to get on the inside of it.
Monoprop is stored in the balls.
That it is. Indeed, I cannot argue with you there. That's where we keep the monoprop. So the 2 bowls of monoprop with snapping on the inside plus some. You know, I like the idea of this being a hallway that you can actually walk through, a bit of a corridor that you can move. Move through. Ooh. I think those balls look pretty good there. That's where I'd keep my balls if I had to have them somewhere. That'd be good. So yeah, there's balls there, and then so we got a bit amount of prop on it. Don't let me forget to put, you know, control for it once we figure out what the weight and, you know, what it's going to look like. But from there, in order to generate the kind of thrust that we'd like to, we're gonna want the that thing that I unlocked. What was that thing I unlocked? You remember that thing with the Panthers? If I had 2 Panthers on the back of these to fire like that, immediately down to 1985 meters per second in delta V with a 1.31 TWR, because they're heavy. But they are our best bet at making a whole bunch of speed. I'll tell you what, though. What if we reversed the concept here and we drove from the back of you with just one of those? And then, instead of bringing up the big swivel, if we went for 2... Clicking on it! 2 LFO engines that were smaller on the backs of these. But they need to perform well in atmosphere as well, which might mean the thuds. Reliant is 1.25. The thuds would end up being lighter. At sea level 108, you guys are horrible at sea level. Sparks perform equally, but you'd need a lot of them, so I think it would be the thuds, which sucks because they'd be on the back of those would be better. But if I did have them on like that, 2,409 meters per second in delta V. Let's try and separate these 2 stages out to see what we've really got. Be like that. I mean, but you're sucking right now. You're consuming a ridiculous amount that you actually won't. Your TWR at full thrust, I'd love to know what that would be. Thanks for not offering it as a metric. That's cool. So if I were to go in here and toggle its mode... Oh, you're saying I just don't have any 0.01 TWR. You can see that, right? Well, it'll take some experimenting, but we're gonna go off of something like this. Just keep building, Pawn. It's a long road there. If you try and think everything through before you can test it, it ain't gonna happen. So there's some of that, down to 1,389 meters per second of delta V. Let's just not consider you. 2497. We need to give it some of its own liquid fuel to burn, and I don't know how much it would actually use. So I'm kind of thinking like these, you know, in terms of LFO. Or, I mean, just L. Just the little guys, like 2 of you guys. We could make it more aerodynamic with some adapters and things. Would be neat. So, like, you... Huh? And actually, with that, if we wanted to, we could attach little sparks. And have, like, the different engines be used at different times. I'm loving this. Like, as it's coming together, I'm loving this. I don't know what I'll be able to do with just that in the back. Maybe it ends up being not a thing, but I like what we've got so far. I like Run and Pawn. Ever seen this wiki page? Sort ISP, you can see which craft are the most efficient in kilonewton ton per consumed fuel in atmosphere and vacuum. Found it recently and it helped me so much in designing crafts. I will click on it. I don't have room in my brain for such informations now, but so you said by ISP, atmosphere and vacuum. Sort by ISP and atmosphere. Let's drop that so I can see what you guys are seeing. Oh, that just linked to the... No, sort by ISP, sorts, atmosphere... there you go. So, I don't have... What's the engine that I have that first appears here? The little Twitch guy. And then the Thud. So, and then the Spark. These, out of the things that I have that would be useful for both of these are actually good. I'm picking the right engines so far. Anyway. But yeah, I like that. I like it a lot. It's tiny, but he has a small boat there and a house right next to... What are you talking about? It's fine. I don't have to be part of every conversation, is what I've been told. I don't believe it, but that's what they tell me. So this is, like, not enough liquid fuel. And you guys shouldn't be burning with that. You should be down here. And you're giving me 2347, which is not enough to get to the moon. But a TWR of 1.7, which means that we can put on more of the fuelses. More of the fuelses. You know what? We were already saying that this is not going to work, right? Somebody was saying in chat, that's not going to work. The corridor that I built here just wasn't going to happen. So, were I to, I've put the monoprop, the electric, and all that shit in there. Let's just tear it off. Bring you down to here. Put you guys on like that. Well, no. Did you want to put liquid fuel there instead? Maybe that's what I wanted to do. Because I've got an idea for where to stick the other things now that we've built out a little bit more. So, what if it wasn't quite as long? Sure you're not blocking their view of space. They paid a lot of money to get up there and see it. 2,500 and something, is that correct? That would be correct. The TWR is 1.61. Let's go ahead and put a bigger one on. Only 2672 off of that? 1.52 meters per second of delta V. Okay. Well, what? Yeah, but, well. I suppose the other thing we could do is have this below that. Be less effective for helping us get where we're going, but we'll be leaving as a plane. I don't fucking know, basically. That's how that works. Yeah. Okay, so my idea for all the things that we had attached to that was to tuck them in here, because these are just adapters. And so the thought was, give me 2 things of monoprop, you know, and we'll just, with snapping, off to the side there, as a surface mount attachment. So you're there, and then the batteries that we had on there, 2 big old batteries. Yeah. I kind of like that, the idea that but if it's penetrating, who knows? You know, if it's going to be occluded the way that you'd like it to on. So, you like that. Draw this in as well. A little bit extra monoprop for everybody. And then we had also given it some of the science for no particular reason, but it was in there anyway. So, one of those there. One of those there. Okay, so you would be that. You would be... Don't penetrate. Say what? Put you there. Put you there. And then when we snap this back on, boom. It's all hidden and it's occluded behind something. Kind of. Anyway. Sort of. A bit. A bit, it is. It's a bit. You, if we could move you up more, the furthest forward that I can get for the better position of the mass and everything like that. But yeah, it says 2641 meters per second at Delta V. I don't know what to believe. I'd rather build the craft and start testing it than sit here trying to something in the other. How's the TWR so far? 1.51. So I'm actually thinking, having done all of that work, that I should extend these back. You know? Like if I tore all that off, just hang with me. I'm not actually going to do it yet, but if I were to give like 2 of these here, and then you like that, 1.42 at 30,000. It should probably have the 1.5 at that point, and it's not getting us that much more. Let's presume that we have burned off a bunch of the liquid fuel, but all the liquid fuel is gone. 2,700. I'm just going to build from here, and then we'll fly it, we'll figure things out about it, and, you know, and we will tweak. Or we'll find out that this whole idea is just flawed from the outset, which is entirely possible. Delta Wing. Delta Wing. Now, where I'm going to be able to stick the, you know, do the wings, like, if I put them, if they're not central, then it's gonna fly weird in space. Oh, how weird it will fly in space if they're not attached centrally. You know, if they're a bit up, a bit down kind of thing. God, that's friggin' cool. You have like a little... I don't want to block their window. Fuck. Why do they have to put the windows there? Wouldn't that be fucking neat if I could like fill that space? It's not gonna happen, Vaughn. Well, maybe with like a different kind of... You're very big. Something small. What have you got? Okay. And you didn't do it either. You weren't enough. You know, it's gonna be like this for a minute. Just kind of messing around and seeing what works. Ooh. It's texture tearing, crazy, but you off, pull you back a little bit, or maybe that is the place for you. Like one of you could be up slightly. I did just the slightest little touchdown. One down. Looking space planey. Looking very space planey there. We're to check your staging. Yeah, we'll get to that. Never. So back to the heavy stuff. And maybe down from there. What do you guys look like? Snapping. Big boys? I mean, we want it to have a lot of fucking wing surface area if it's going to try and carry up the tons and tons that it's got here. It's got to generate a whole bunch of lift. So I'm thinking, you know, you might say, this guy's crazy. And we'll come back to that on another, that's another live stream topic is what that is. Alright, that's, so I'm mass heaviest and then down is how I'm doing this. So that's going to be the same thing that I've already got there, right? Yeah. What are you looking for then, Pawn? If I knew, I'd tell you. Can't block the engine. Swept wing? How do you attach? With snapping, you'd do that kind of thing. So from here, if I could get an attachment with snapping. Oh, I love this game. You know, though. Wow. Wow. You've got a flat that does that, don't you? Maybe that I haven't unlocked or something? Wow. It's pretty fucking cool is what that is. I mean, I like the look of it. Its usefulness is none, but I like the look of it. Do you not have a flat on an angle? I swear you got one that runs on that same angle. One of us is lying. Somebody here is lying. Oh, hey. The puzzle is coming together. It looks less cool, but it gives us so much more surface area, it's kind of important. For it not to look as cool, but to have the surface area. Center of lift is currently ahead of the center of mass. Not a good thing, generally speaking. With all of these engines where they are as they are, yeah, I don't know. Know how I'm gonna get stop tearing. Why? With fucking texture tearing. Why though? Why's everything got a texture tear? They just kind of threw the concept of wings on here real quick. It didn't really polish anything, did they? And they added this to KSP. Yep, texture tearing for fucking days. There you go. No more tearing. You look kind of okay. We need it to keep coming back, basically. Because I'm gonna need something to build off of. It's looking so cool. But I'm gonna need some flat surface back here to build off of. God, that looks so cool. It's still not the flat surface of our dreams, though. Sort by the other way for mass, and then you. Like if I... On the outside here. Yeah, where I'm actually... Okay, there's 1 pixel on this side that I'm allowed to attach it to. What is even that? Oh, Kerbal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you and your life choices. I'll just put you there and then I'll fix you in post. That. Any tearing? No. Okay, and then maybe the the control surfaces will actually hide how awful that looks, maybe. With snapping, this is how you snap, apparently. Boy, this game. You, absolute, to there. Not absolute. Alright, well that gets us some rear control surfaces. Not a lot, but it gets us something. And if I can get some wedged in here as well... Okay, game. Sure. They're gonna have weird effects at those harsh angles, would be my assumption. But it will create lift. And our center of lift is behind our center of mass there. We don't have... We got control authority exclusively from the rear right now. Doing a tail fin thing here would be interesting, anyway. Who are you going to sacrifice to test out that monstrosity? I don't know. These looked so cool until I looked at them. I do want something like that there, but damn, can they not look as fucked up as they look right now? That looks way better, 1000% better like that. Those being right up there, what are you gonna do? Let's just throw some wheels on it. See where we stand. So give me some landing gear. Remember, we gotta be able to land this thing, is the idea. Fuck me. Can't tell where I'm building. With snapping, just drop you in somewhere. We'll very likely end up ripping off the engines if I have that there, but hey, what are you gonna do? And then these two, there's just so many considerations. These two need something to build down off of, because that's gonna, if that one's gonna be like that, then we need something that it can, and then be sort of, and then you heard me. What the hell would I do for that? Air intakes are under aerodynamics. The radials. Can I build off of you? I can't. I might be able to make it look like I built off of you, though. If I dropped that, and then I... No. No. It's a bit of a piss take, but I do like the idea of having additional, you know, intakes that look like this here. Without snapping. Get you out. Drop you down. On both sides, though, for fuck's sake. I mean, the thing is, I kind of need them on top and bottom to maintain the weight symmetry that we're going to need. So that's problematic. So grab it with absolute symmetry and snapping on, and pull on one side so that it snaps somewhere. And then on the other one, pull on one side so it snaps somewhere. And then those two should be in perfect alignment of one another. And then I pull you down by a whole tick, and I pull you up by a whole tick. Fucking front profile's looking pretty goddamn cool. What I'd say. Yes, sir. And they're not in a bad place, generally speaking, either. Like, I could leave them there. I'd be convinced to leave them there. The wheels are still a problem, though. Still a problem. Okay, whatever I just did, please undo it, and... Okay, that's not the... Fuck. Just move you out, so I can get a hold of this, so I can throw it away. What we could do is go ahead and have two wheels back here. Just like that's exactly how I meant it. Yep. That spun round. And then repositioned so they don't look. Ah, fuck it. You want them good and far forward if you can get them there. The ability to take off, but 2 on the back. Probably 2 on the front as well. Just 1 on the front. It's the opposite of what, you know, makes a good craft. And how could that go wrong? How could that possibly go wrong? A nice long wheelbase. They're not that far behind the center of mass back here, so when we pull up, it's got a good chance of lifting. These being lower to the, you know, higher, we'll be actually sitting, you know, with up. We'll be sitting, I mean, for you guys it'll be like that. But, you know, we'll be sitting up into the wind for taking off. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got wheels on it. The wheels fuck up the weight symmetry of the craft. What are you gonna do? Check the center of mass when it's empty. Ooh. I don't have a button to do that. You know? And there's a lot of tanks on here. Think I can be bothered yet. 002. The Overkill Mark 1. The Overkill. Just want to go straight into testing and have some fun with testing. We're in normal mode, we can revert, stuff like that. We don't have tail fin, we don't have, you know, this is lift, and we will be able to rotate, but, like, we don't have, you know, yaw. We've got pitch, and that's pretty much it. Let's see where that leaves us. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's just fucking see where that leaves us. Save it. Who's gonna fly it? Jebediah, of course, because nobody cares about him. In fact, no one will fly it, because it's got a probe in it. Yes. No one will fly it. Save. And turn the brakes on. And turn the brakes on. You... start, retract, lights on, brakes. Is it not the wheels don't control brakes? How do I start the ship with its action groups? Brakes, there's, you know, it toggles them. Can you not set it up so that it spawns with the brakes on? Or am I just silly and not seeing it even though it's right in front of my face? I can't be asked. Save and launch. Wait, check your staging. What fires when? Yeah. Staging. It's this guy. This guy needs to be down here. Thank you. And that's all we're going to have to try and push it, so save it and launch. Tail strike incoming. You think the tail's going to hit the ground? We'll be fine or not. One of ththose things. AM83RK3NN3DY. Amber Kennedy, Amber Kennedy. Welcome to the stream. I got there. Oh, look at her. She's not got a not much of a that tail's quite low. SAS on for this one. Throttle to full. And, Houston, could you give us a countdown?
No, but you can go ahead whenever you want to.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's, with the brakes on, SAS on, fire it up, brakes off, and we'll just see what happens. Switch to chase cam. Well, we're getting good speed off of the pad. So that's, you know, test number 1 looking good. And I think it's because of the time of day and the sun and everything that it looks like this light is being reflected there, but I don't have that mod, so it's not. Okay, 100 and some meters per second. I'm not pulling up. Okay, I'm pulling up. We're flying. We are flying. Okay. I was expecting more. And with SAS, we have yaw. We have yaw. Pull the gear in. We're flying. Well then. No, I totally expected that. That it was just gonna work. Why wouldn't I have? Of course I expected that. I really did not think that this was just gonna fly. I thought we were gonna explode a few of them, go back in, figure out why, come back, that sort of a thing. But, airflow? Let's have the airflow of these intakes visible on screen. Oh, you get way more airflow out of these than these individually. But alright, we have an afterburner mode on this. So there's that. Liquid fuel, I want you to be draining from there, but you're draining from everywhere, so that's another thing that we'd want to do in this for the final build, would be to set it up for fuel to drain from one place and then the other, kind of a deal. Flat spin craft without vertical stabilizers. Yep, we'll be fine. Yeah, I need to test. I need more tests, so let's toggle the mode. I don't know what that mode is. Do we start in afterburner mode? What, so when I toggle that mode... Yeah, we start in afterburner mode. Okay. Didn't realize that. I thought we were going to get more out of it. But apparently we're not. So... F5 and fizz warp? Maybe not with the fizz warp, maybe not with the F5. You know what, let's just F9 back to where we were before. The fizz warp, maybe not with the fizz warp. This is gonna be a long fucking flying this to any good height, then, if I can't do a little bit of fizz warp. For F5 from here, can I get away with, like, one fizz warp? Not really. Okay, that I pressed entirely the wrong button. Yeah, not really. Nope. Nope, with the fizz warp. Okay, just checking. Just wanted to see. And just nose her back down and keep lifting, I guess. Is what we're gonna do. Am I going in the direction I was going before? Who's to say? Who's to say? Here you go. Throttle up. Pull up. Pull up. Get your speed back. No, we have been making height. Just want to keep us making height for a bit. I can't get away with a single fizz warp to get this thing high enough. F5 from here. I need to know what kind of height we can make off of this craft. So there is that. It's good. It's good. Ah, that static sound, right? It's just great, isn't it? So with the afterburner running, yeah, we're just making 100 meters per second, but, you know, well making height, well pulling ourselves up. If we flattened out, we'd get more. And I lost all of the things that I had up just to see, like, where our flows were, our air intakes. Are they exactly half? It looks like they're exactly half. They're not exactly half. I heard about your channel from the Connor Ace incident, so I know that was a while ago, but I'm glad to be here. Nice to have you, Amber Kennedy. I got that right? Just call me Amber? Amber. It took me a minute, but I got there. So yeah, we've just started, you know, spacing again. The cluster truck is, that was the last live stream, it'll probably be the next one. I think I'm going to bounce back and forth between a bit of the space travel and the running on tops of flatbed trucks is my plan. Still bringing people in that video. That video is still bringing people... Sorry. I'm just going to nose down and see if we can get more of that speed. You know, the idea behind, like, a proper SSTO is you get, like, massive runaway speed. Breaking the sound barrier, and... Is that's like glitching the game out or something? How does that work? You know, but you get massive speed with your liquid fuel air intake engines, with your jet engines. SSTOs need a hell of a lot of power. Yeah. We are still making height again, if slower, but we are now, you know, back up to 130 meters per second instead of 90. So, you know, speed is important. Space travel speed is more important than height. If you go fast enough right on the surface of the ground, you'll be in space really quick. Even if you start lateral, as long as there's nothing in front of you. Sorry if I brought it up, though. Been here for a while, but never really typed in chat. Well, it's nice to have you. Nice to have you typing in chat. 145 meters per second at 7.7 kilometers and still making height. I'm gonna wait until we actually start slowing down, I suppose. I mean, we are slowing down now, but at 150 meters per second, I'm gonna nose this down a little bit more and a little bit more. With this kind of speed, we're still making height, even though I did that. Yes, we are, very, very slowly, but we'll start making more and more speed. And then when we switch to the next stage, hey, who's your daddy? Kind of a deal. I have no idea how we're faring in terms of liquid fuel versus oxidizer. We put a little bit of liquid fuel on in these tanks. We've gone through almost 10 in each of these tanks, but we have been drawing from everywhere else. So there's 30 right there. There's 30 there. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. So we're not bringing enough just oxidizer to run this engine. Maybe we should try and build it in such a way as we do drop, like, the oxidizer tanks after we're done with them or something. We're not dragging them around. But we're up to 200 and some meters per second at 8.2 kilometers. This is where we've got good speed, you know. Can I nose down a little bit more? Ooh, that might be too much, Vaughn. Oh, shit. Okay, the craft just wants to nose down now. And I don't want it to, but it will get us a whole bunch of speed. To do that, there you go. There you go. Just, you know, it's a test flight. It's seeing what we can do, seeing what's worth doing. How far have we come from the Space Center? Like there. I don't know. Some amount? Some amount from the Space Center. I think I've got, like, enough of an idea, I guess, at this point. I want to fire up the other engines and see where we go with them. So in 3, 2, 1, go. No. I'm going to use this speed to make some height. It's just, it's slow and it's boring, isn't it? But it kind of has to be done just so that I can get a sense of what the hell's going on here. If I turned on the lights now. Ooh. And our electric charge will hold indefinitely because these engines, this engine that we're burning right now, creates electric charge as we go. 230 meters per second at 8.3 kilometers. We're climbing okay. F5 and fuck it. Let's have some fun. firing all LFO engines now. Whoa! Be fine. We'll be fine. .400 and some meters per second. Wow, that's looking fucking pretty. What a beautiful time to be leaving until the clouds suddenly pop out of existence. What are you gonna do? Apoap's on the rise. Let's just see what we can get out of this as it stands now. We can probably light it on fire. Seems to be a totally doable thing. So we just attach a couple dozen SRBs, it's still an SSTO. Except no, but yeah. Find any key. Apoapsis do we got? I mean, what we're generating right now is a lot of speed against resistance of the atmosphere. So, what's a boy to do? 30 kilometers on the Apoaps, and we are out of fuel with 1,250 meters per second. Okay. Hey, I had to, like, you know, see a thing. Let's just follow our prograde. Wanted to see what was going to happen, get some kind of sense of how close I am to having anything that could possibly work. It's currently 1:01 a.m. where I am. It's 8 p.m. here. Started very late, and then the internet, because the internet was out, was in and out, in and out, in and out, and then we've had multiple failures of the internet during this stream, thanks to Comcast. F5 from here. Are we in map mode? Coming up to our Apoaps there, and then we'll just go land on another continent. You know? I don't think it'll be a problem at all. 8 p.m. where I am. Hey, me too. Here as well. So yeah, after this flight, we'll take a live stream break. I'll, you know, sit with the idea, sit with what we're thinking, you know, just sort of brainstorm it a little bit. It's 7 minutes, just a chance to step up, take a pee, and that sort of a thing. We'll come back, we'll keep building on it. Because at this point, I'm looking at this and I don't know where I'm going with it. I mean, unless it can generate ridiculous amounts of speed, maybe what we need to do is give it 2 of these afterburner engines on it and give it way more liquid fuel. The fact that one of these afterburners gets us off of the runway, no problem, and we can get 250 meters per second once we're up at about 10K or approaching 10K. You know, these are all good things. All good things, but we're going to need a lot more speed, and we're also going to have to bring a whole bunch more liquid fuel to burn so we're not eating into our LFO. We can see the effects of that if you look up here in the oxidizer. That's how much oxidizer we left. 227 oxidizer did not get burned, just dragging it as weight, because we burned into so much of the liquid fuel that was supposed to be burned alongside the oxidizer. If I were to... Ooh, F5. If I were to, maybe even with just like... Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's not fine. That's not fine. Alright. No, it's... I want to see how she comes down. I want to see how she comes down. You forgot a tail fin. I didn't put one on because of reasons that I'm sure I probably had. Probably had reasons for that. Whoa, no. You were supposed to be following your pro. That was where I F5'd. I had already turned SAS off. Let's see if the SAS will hold as we re-enter. If it's on, and it's on, hold prograde. Hold prograde. No, it will not. It will not. And so it rips off half of the wings. I can still land like this. I can still have fine. Tail spin. You know, I just wanted to scrub speed is all. That's all I wanted to do. So stability assist. Get you to... I would like to find our prograde. Would be nice. If you're willing to go in that direction. No. No. It's weird. It's like it wants to continuously spin or something. Come on. Come on. You almost got it. I can't get it to nose back down. I can't get it to flatten out in the wind in this state. I don't have any other stages either. Alright, so we're just gonna gently flop into the sea. I'm sure everything will be fine. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's just that was always the water landing that I'd planned. Track session space to quit to menu close. Sorry. I can't revert? Why can't I revert? I'm in fucking normal mode. After a crash, I should be able to... It doesn't matter. There was nobody on board. Alright, recover the vessel. So there is something here? You say I could recover the vessel. Recover the vessel, then. That is why you have tail fins. Alright. So tail fins is the thing we want. Got it. Yeah, having drogues would be a good idea for this as well. For the return. That would be helpful. But yeah. Okay, we've got some idea. It said recover. There was no vessel to recover. You lied to me in all those aspects. So it cost us money to launch it. How much did it cost? It couldn't cost much to throw that up there. It was just... What was it? It doesn't say, because I don't have the craft loaded. Open it up. That would have been funny, though, if I could have done my joke. 29,660. No big deal. No big whoop. I love the way it looks. It flies. It lifts off, you know? Does a lot of the things that it's going to have to do. But, yeah. So, we're going to take ourselves a live stream break now, because I need to pee. 7 minutes. Stepping away from the computer. We'll come back and we'll keep building on it and see where we get. We've learned some of the issues that we're going to have. It's been a long time since I tried to do anything SSTO-ish, and this isn't really SSTO. Well, it is, so far. But I don't think it's going to be in the direction we're going to have to build for it. But 7 minutes is stepping away. I need to go cough somewhere. Join me back here. Don't go anywhere except to pee. And then with the spawn not out is where we go with that. Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream. Just as the music ends. I'm not late, you're early. When I arrive, it's on time, people. Boom. You know, it was just I was delaying long enough for Pie to make a pizza, apparently. Ah. Crack the new beer, there's still some beer in the bottom. Alright, so back into the space plane hangar. I have to pitch this to you guys, because I had two thoughts during the live stream break. One is, we build this bigger, which is to say that we try and do what SSTOs used to do, but it's been so long, I don't know how the game works anymore, and we figure out how the fucking camera works in the space plane hangar. We double up on the Panthers in order to try and be able to, you know, crack out a shit ton of speed, which means that we've got to bring along a lot more liquid fuel for them to burn so that they don't eat so much, preferably at all, into the LFO. So that's like building bigger and heavier, and then we have to drag around the weight of the Panthers, doing whatever we do once we've actually made it to orbit. And I'm going to reduce my standards here. You know, we're going to go to the moon eventually, but this, we got to build toward just get orbital, obviously. So that being the case, like, we could build heavier like that, or we could build this to be more of just a space plane that isn't necessarily built to run on its, you know, jet engines, except when at takeoff from and landing. And instead go smaller on this engine. Get rid of this engine, go down to maybe 2 Junos, or, you know, something small that just sips the liquid fuel that's not meant for getting us atmospheric speed, and then we consolidate our LFO burning space engines to be, you know, more of the, to be what we're burning on basically the whole run. You know, instead of trying to make enough height on these Panthers, a pair of Panthers, and then make the ridiculous runaway speed that used to be a thing. If it's still a thing, then that's viable. If it's not, then that's just a big waste of time. We build smaller, we build lighter, and we build more with the idea of we'll just burn our LFO most of the time, and the other engines will be so that we can bring the whole craft back. And that way we're not dragging up the weight of 2, you know, big old Panthers, which is what we would need. So those are my 2 pitches to you. Do we build, like, heavy for jet engine speed in the atmosphere? Not sure if we can even get it with 2 Panthers on this craft. Or do we build light and then focus more on the LFO side of things? What do y'all think? I want your opinions. If anyone's still in chat, or if I'm still online even. What do you think? I want to know, but one of the things that we're definitely going to want to do, while you guys ponder that, apparently, for well too long, I'd say go light this time for Epic. Okay, I'm definitely on board for that. The idea would be to build out, you know, proper tail fins off of the back of these, in both directions. Each of them, the verticals, 2 verticals would have their own ailerons on it, and then double up the ailerons that are here, or rather the elevons that are here, so that we'll have equal control authority from the rear on all the angles, plus this for lift, I guess. 2 votes for light, 1 vote for go big or go home. So the canards, they're kind of big too. Can I make something that's a little bit smaller if I make it myself? If we sort by mass and we look for the U, well, that's what we've already got back here. Well, it's the lowest weight sort of a thing. If turn snapping on, and you just hate me, don't you? Oh, but you hate me. Alright, so 2 of you, like that, and then you, absolute snapping. You choose straightforward, like so, and then find a snapping point that you want to be on. I guess like that. It's got to be something reproducible so that I can do it from both sides of this thing. I lift you up, I lift you down. Okay, so that would be you, and then don't do that, pawn. You, and then again, C for the snapping, and then make sure we're aft. I got little bugs floating around in here. Alright, and then down to you. Find the same spot on the other side, drag it forward. How are you in two different positions even though you're both on the same snapping setup? You on different parts? Is that the problem? Like, what are you attached to? You're attached to that, and you're not attached to that. That's the problem. So you onto fuck me in the ass. You onto fuck me in the ass. There we go. 3, and you. Yep. And then rotate the other way. Thank you. And then apparently rotate like this. And then snapping, still absolute, to you, to over, to forward, and we have perfect match on either side of the thing. Which is what I needed. Helicopter blades, propeller blades, just looking for the lowest weight. It is this Elevon 4. Okay, so, that, to you, snapping, absolute, snap to an exact point, and then down here, same deal, snapping, absolute, yes, we're in absolute, snap to that same point, so then there's the two of you, center of lift, center of mass, yeah, you guys are overlapping. If I just put you at the tip, and then put you at the tip. It's what we call close enough. And our center of lift is still just behind the center of mass, which is nice. It gets up and down, and this gets us left and right. Bit too much, if I'm honest. And it'd be nice to have these back here as well. But you don't really do that. You don't really fit there now. Like there, and like so. Grab you guys and move you over without snapping. I'm fucking up all the good things I said about how snapping would help, but it gives us more, well, but between the two of them, we get, you know, equivalent control authority, I would think. Ooh, don't do that. I need you on local snapping. And then you come over like so. You know, I prefer them not to penetrate. But what the fuck am I gonna do? You can move those out further, pawn. Okay. Okay. If you're saying I can, then I will. Move you out so that you're lined up with the black edge. Yes. And then from the bottom, you can line up with the black edge as well. Just like right there. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then I can move you in a little bit more. It's definitely not realistic. Does it get the job done? And look like it doesn't work? Yes, those things are all true. Look cool anyway. Won't make any goddamn sense, but it'll look cool. I don't know. We can come back to it later. So there's 2 for light and 1 for go big or go home. I think light is I kind of, it's where I'm coming from as well on this. So that would mean getting rid of this engine entirely. That would mean probably what was going to be the idea then, pawn? I don't know. I thought you had an idea. I have to have the ideas around here? Just because I'm the one building? Come on. Come on now. Be realistic about this. What we could do is, what's our TWR right now? 1.26 with those 2. It's kinda, we'll have to play with it, because we could either swivel it on the back here, and then drop you guys for 1.14. And that, by the way, is delta V at 31 kilometers, which, no, we should just look at sea level. It's still saying 1.14. There you go. Now it's updating. Thank you, game. 0.89, not enough to lift the mass that we're carrying right now as it is. Huh. So, again, probably these guys. Or, hang on, Pawn, before you go doing that, what if you went with the, do by name, I'm more familiar with this sorting. Okay, I just haven't unlocked it. The Reliant. The Reliant has the TWR without control authority. That's a 1.1 at sea level. Right? Yeah. Okay. You know, it's possible. Possibly doable. And then what would have to happen there is like 2 Junos. And then create another stage, drop you down there, get rid of these engines. Create another stage that's just for you. These are both of you, and then you're burning for that. So let's just put you above there to see what we got. 1.08 off of you. God knows what's going to happen with this. You know? It's a thought. It goes entirely the opposite direction of what we were doing before. It goes entirely the opposite direction of what we were doing before. Which could be fine. Could be fine. I'm gonna say it's fine. Was it ducted fan blade? No, no, no. I'm just looking at other things for this now. For this situation we've got back here, because I don't like that that's ridiculously unrealistic. Let's say absolute snapping. Bring you back in. What if there wasn't anything on there at all? If I don't have 5F9, then we can revert. I remembered that as a thing. That is. So the 2 of you on the inside like that. Looks good, looks good, looks good. And who wants to see this fly? Just as a test. If I don't have 9, then we can do that as a test. Yeah. So, save you, flip you around. No, you were right in the first place. It's these 2. And just see if it generates enough thrust to lift us off the pad. You know? Enough forward and everything else. Me? What about me? 2? Me. Who? Was I asking a question that was who, and then you answered me? I want to see it explode, but fly is fine, I guess. Alright. Yeah. Throw her out on the pad, we'll see what she does in this configuration. We gotta focus specifically on getting this thing to orbit first, before we start thinking about moon missions. Change name to Mark III. There's gonna be a lot of marks if I change the name every time. So, no. Okay, are you even off the ground? Oh, those are gonna be destroyed. Alright, interesting. Just things we're learning. SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Go. Fire up those Junos. No brakes to hold them back. It's slow. It's slow, but that's fine. Look at the sky. Look at that sky. Meters per second. I should have set up the fuel so that it would consume specifically from here, but the Junos aren't gonna consume as much liquid, I hope. So we're going. Don't have as much lift authority. I pulled all the way down there just for a second to see what would happen. Nothing. Nothing was the answer there. So 60 meters per second. I'm going to go up to 70 before I pull again. We're going to run out of runway sooner or later here. 70. Okay. End of the runway. I'm pulling up. All right. Nope. Didn't make it. Whoa! Okay. Better fire up the engines. The rockets. No. And Jebediah is alive. I didn't mean for Jebediah to be in there in the first place, but he is alive. It's a probe-controlled craft with an empty cockpit. But I saved Jebediah, bring the gear in, because our flight is complete. Let's go ahead and revert to the space plane hangar. Yeah, I guess. I think if I had the control authority at the very rear, then we would have been better off, you know, like we had before. I just don't know what to do with these guys if I'm gonna have them. Boom, 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 boom. Put you over here. No. Kind of look your nicest right there. And I just don't have anything that's small enough to fit into that little space. Maybe we could build something off of there, another bit of wing for the rear end that I could then build off of. What's this? No, no, no. Show it to me by mass, because we're looking for something small. So this would be the same wing that we've already got on there. Okay. Snapping. Absolute. No, you don't. Why does it attach differently in the absolute mode than the... Just give me this. We'll attach it with snapping. That. No snapping. No, didn't mean to drag on that one. Like this. And then out, I guess. Doesn't look bad. Drag it back a little bit. Yeah, I could maybe deal with that. Add one of you. Bit of snapping. Like that. No, like that. There you go. Oh, but they're not on both sides. Why would you want them on both sides? Oh, I don't know. Because it's a fucking plane. Maybe that's we could do that. What about that? What if we did that? Local. Slide. Just try and get the lines looking nice. So that'll give us that lift authority from the rear that we had before. 70 meters per second, I presume, would be enough to lift off. Let's see if that flies. What's the center of lift, center of mass situation? Fine. It's absolutely fine, innit? That with the Junos. Can it do? Nobody in the pod this time, for Christ's sake. Because, you know, it's got to be able to fly at low speed for the sake of landing as well. So if we can't take it off, that's pretty indicative of not being able to land it. And also the fact that these are just so close to the ground. So brakes on, throttle to full. Don't worry about it, Houston. There's going to be a lot of these. I can't be bothered to talk with Houston every time. Fire up them Junos, and then release the brakes. And yeah, the amount of liquid fuel that it's sucking through is just almost nothing. God damn it. Next time we go back in, the headlights there. Next time we go back in, I need to set up the thing so that it drains from the liquid fuel tanks exclusively first. Because that's good information I would like to have. How much it's costing us to lift this thing off the pad. Seems a little underpowered, Pawn. That's the goal. That's the direction that we decided to build in for now. Was to be underpowered, just get it up and flying. That these will mainly just be for takeoff and landing. Alright, so at 70 meters per second, I'm going to pull up. Didn't get us up. So I'm going to just steer it a little bit better. Try and control it nicer. Pull me up, pull me up, pull me up. Just don't flip. Okay. Okay. we are flying at 77.5 meters per second on the Junos with the gear out. Let's retract the gear. God, it looks so pretty. I mean, it could be a little bit more saturated, but it looks pretty nice. Let's make some lift, if no one minds. A little bit of lift, please. A bit of altitude. 74 to 77 meters per second to fly. It's like, was that about it? If I turned SAS off, and then trimmed it. Trimming. Okay. Now we've got SAS off, and we just got trim, and we're flying on the Junos. Let's sweep around and see about a landing. Turn's nice. Turn's very nice. Can I get the chase cam, please? Okay, we are descending, though. Let's go ahead and pull up so we don't end up hitting the surface of the water. Yeah, we are descending, alright. Come on now, Pawn. Pull her up. There you go. We have no SAS assist going on right now. Turns very nice, though, didn't it? Didn't it? Good. It felt good. Nice weight. Nice heavy weight to it. I don't actually know where the strip is. Oh, it's way over here. I can now tell what's going on here. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just bank pretty hard in that direction. Should really be coming in from a much greater distance and lining this up way ahead of time. Ooh, but I did pretty good on that very quick sort of, yeah. Turn the landing gear back out. Let's throttle down. Okay. Throttle way down. Whoa! Okay. Okay, we lost something. I don't know what. Brakes on. Engines off. What blew up? Anybody see what blew up? Boy, those brakes are having a lot of trouble right here. But we stopped right before we went right past the end of the runway. But we did come to a stop. What exploded? Ah, it was that. Yes. Okay. Sure enough. Engine blew out, I think. It was this guy. It was this Elevon here. Hey Ron, just want to let you know your YouTube thumbnails make me lose my shit every time. Dr. Orgley, thank you so much. YouTube just censored one of them, so I had to make a new version of it. That was good. That lands. It flies, it lands. We lost an Elevon for our troubles. That being the case, I'm just going to recover this vessel as opposed to, like, revert or anything. That was a good thing. So that proves the idea of being able to fly it, land it, which is good. You pronounced my name right, Dr. Orgley? It would be nice if those rudders weren't the right bottom rudder, if they, weren't so low that they exploded when we tried to land. But if they did, if we're already on the ground when we land, what's it to you? You know? More distance between the rear of the vessel and the ground. Not a bad thing, though. I just don't know. Like, we benefit from it when we're taking off, having those, you know, leaning up a bit. And on landing, if I'm just very close, you know, very careful and come down very flat on good flat ground. But maybe if I just lower both of these a touch, that would help. I don't want to mess with it too much because it did, you know, it successfully landed. Yeah. Alright, so that was a good test of our ability to take off and land on these two little Junos with the weight that we are currently carrying. Let me do the thing now, if I can figure it out. Flow priority, you're at a -10, you're at a -10, everything's at a -10. So the idea, I think, is that we want this to be lower. I think if it's -11 on these, then they will drain first, and then everything else drains later. Seems backwards and weird, but that's Kerbal Space Program for you. I think that's really all that needs to be changed for those to be like that. I will save this again as the Mark 1. I feel like we're still in the design and prototype phase for this craft. Also, this, since we are just running off the Junos, we actually don't need these. I mean, it looks cool that they got them on there, but we don't need those. We don't need these. You know? It's two little fucking Junos that are pushing on it. We need, like, tiny little... We don't need nothing in terms of air intake. In fact, like, what I'm thinking... I probably don't have anything that would work. Yeah, you do. Okay, don't have to make weird noises in front of me. The other thing that we could do, actually, be a good idea, if we could add, like, drains to these tanks. I wonder how the drainage system works. We're going to find out. Because if I have drains on these tanks, then we could empty out any fuel that we didn't think we'd need. We need something for landing. Fuck it. We could find out. How much do they weigh? 0.01 tons. 2 of these, it's worth it. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Where it's going to drain them from, your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is probably better than mine, because I don't know. 2 of them. Do it like that. Yeah, but it's penetratey. Oh, it's so penetratey though, isn't it? I don't mind it being a little penetratey. Kind of looks good when it's a little penetratey, but we want the part that drops the fuel out to actually not drizzle down the rest of the ship. Not that that matters, but you know, hypothetically. So we've done the fuel thing, we did that. What was the other thing that I was saying and I was thinking and then I did nothing about it? What was that? Increase the wheels in the back to help load balance the weight. Huh? Strut the main wings to the front wings. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That I'm on for that. I don't know what increase the wheels. You mean reaction wheels? You mean landing gear? I think it controls fine. Snapping. So if I, did you... Yeah. You know what? How about from there to like here? And then there's the little snap point between those two. I would actually like to be able to see that snap if I'm gonna have it. Oh, we need the air one. That's you forgot. You were gonna do the air thing. So if I'm gonna have a snap point like that, then I might as well have it visuable. It's visual. You know what? Do this with absolute snapping. And then this one too. See where it puts them. Puts them in shitty, horrible places. Alright, but hopefully it will be in the middle of the shitty, horrible places anyway. Yeah, that's fine. But the idea was I was going to put these adapters on a bit much, honestly. No, Pawn. You were going to... You'll need something for those now. But the idea was that you were going to do this. And then hide that under there. Pack all that in under you. And then put one little tiny air intake on the front for those two Junos. God, that looks ugly. But, you know, it's functional, is what we're gonna say about that. I guess this is the lightest weight version. Oh, I hate how that looks. Oh, do I hate how that looks. Oh, but how I hate how it looks, though. I suppose I could instead go with one big circular intake. But then it's probably gonna, the things are gonna pierce through it, yeah. Through the model. But boy, do I hate how that particular adapter looks. And I don't think I got anything else that's gonna serve the function that doesn't look so awful. If I put you on there... No. It has to be this ugly ass adapter. Unless... No, it doesn't, Pawn. Ooh. 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 Where's... Yeah, the NCS adapter. Which has 80... Just LF in it. No O. Just liquid fuel for the Juno. And then you on the front. There you go. Yes, and then, instead of having these little... Oh, but the fucking wheels are attached to those. Maybe it's just empty. Yeah. That just looks way better. Now, is that going to be enough intake air to fuel two Junos? Who's to say until we try it? But that looks nicer to my eye. And we haven't even done, like, you know, choosing the different textures and things that you can. You know, and changing things around. I'm not going to. The shape is nicer. The coloration is fucked. But, you know, it's, yeah. Let's fly this one. Let's test this boy. So it's going to be the two Junos, and then we'd fire up to that. And if we get somewhere on this, we get this one lifted off. No, now that we have a reasonable, like, assumption that it can land, I'm going to go ahead and test its ability to, like, go somewhere, anywhere. See what the delta V is on this. And hopefully it will just drain the small liquid fuel tanks that we've got on the back of it first. Pawn's definitely cute, aren't I? Thank you. Six-sop. Thank you. You... SAS... Brakes on... No SAS. I'm just gonna put a bunch of trim on the ship to start with, and maybe we can take off without SAS. And throttle to full, brakes still on. Those engines going. And no, that was wrong. That was didn't mean to accident. That was an accident. You just you're independent. There you go. We got a little extra speed to start with. It's helpful. Still can't pull up and lift off at these speeds though. Okay, yep, just trying to stay on the runway there. A little bit of turn to the right. Even at these speeds, cannot pull up. Can't quite pull up. As soon as we, you know, go off the end here, though, we'll be okay. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, no. I actually trimmed it very well, too. Okay, so we're up and we're running. Burn some liquid fuel. Okay, so actually, I did it exactly the opposite way. The negatives are, yeah. let's revert this back to the spaceplane hangar so I can get that right. Apparently positive is what will burn first, closer to positive. So if these are all -10, then these guys need to be... Let's just put them down to 0. And then everything else in the ship is -10, good. And then save that. No pilot. There is none, good. And launch it again. In my experience, you need a gimbal engine to be able to take off with planes like this. I would just need a little bit more control authority. Like if I put some little fins at the tip of him to have, you know, I could be pushing down at the back and up at the front, then that would give us a lot more control to like pop off the pad the way that we need to. But I'm okay with running off of the end of the runway. I'm fine with that. Let's put the brakes on. No SAS. Pitch up to about there. Fire up them engines. Get them going. And then brakes off. More lift, yes, or more thrust, either. Yeah. And I don't want to put any more thrust on the Junos. We're just going for lightweight. These are just here for an ability to take off and land with our own authority. Why SAS off? I just like flying planes without SAS. If you can fly it without SAS, then it's a well-built plane. If you need the SAS, then it's not a well-built plane, but it's still, you know, still a plane. But I just like it. They float so nicely, you know, in the air. Okay, we went off to the left again there. I'm gonna try. There we go. A little bit of tip to the right. And we'll just run off of the end of this. Not even, here, put the lights on. Run off the end and pull up. Very nice. Very nice. Bring the gear in. Need some more trim. I need a fair bit of it, apparently. Gear in, I said. Okay. Okay. So, we've got, you know, we're flying, which is what we wanted to see. And we could collect science. Ooh, I could do a temperature scan. Do it. Flying over Kerbin's water. Collected. Lovely. Let's check our aerodynamic forces, see if there's any weird drag lines that we don't want. I think we're okay on weird drag lines. What's that? Ah, that's from the, from that. Okay. Fair enough. We are descending a bit. We're going over to the island runway, apparently. No. Put us back on our 90. Let's make sure that we're burning fuel exclusively from the place that we want to. So it should be you and nowhere else. That is correct. That is correct. And we've got way more fuel than we would expect to use, really, on this flight. Oh, you've gone past your 90. I just wanted to be on the 90. Right past it. But, yeah. I like the design so far. Definitely doesn't need any more, you know, air intake. Only makes me wonder if we could get away with one Juno, but that's not going to happen. Okay, we're back on our 90. And let's nose up and see what kind of height we can make off of these little nothings. F5 from here, cannot save, we're about to crash. We're making lift right now.
Those magnificent men in their flying machines, they go up diddly up till they go down. Diddly down. Wait, this is down to fast, somebody do something.
Yeah, okay, actually, we can't really do anything. We can't, like, make height on these. If, you know, we need the speed, so we can't make a lot of height with this, which is kind of fine. That's where we were headed for. Thank you, Darth Angelos, for the 100-bit cheer. Diddly up, diddly down. Sorry, I'm really focusing on the numbers right now and stuff. But we can't really, like, go anywhere with this other than to just get started. That was sort of the goal in the first place. We can bring, like, almost no fuel. We can bring almost no fuel. We could put the fuel in the tip if we wanted to, and just, like, 20 instead of the 50 each that these carry. We're about to have gone through 20, but we're gonna essentially just need to go into being a rocket mode immediately. So let's nose up. Turn the SAS on, and it won't, yeah, nose up, nose up, nose up. And then fire this engine. Don't need to be dead on the 90 pawn. Okay, and throttle it down so we're not pushing on the lower atmosphere. But don't waste the speed you've made. Interesting sounds this thing is making, wouldn't you say? How's it looking there, Jeb? Oh, there's nobody in there. I can't go to him. 230 meters per second and gaining the height. We will have sucked everything out of here already, yeah. Trying to pull more height on this. We hope KSP2 will have transparent cockpit windows. Do they not? Oh, well, yeah, no, I know what you mean. But if there were a dude in there, couldn't I use the camera mode that the thing that shows up down here, you can click on it and then you can see through? That's fun. It's fun. Yeah, so we're basically just making height at this point. And we're spending a whole bunch of delta V in order to make it. It says we got 4,000 meters per second. I'm going to guess that's because these Junos are confusing it. We don't have 4,000 meters per second of delta V, I don't think. But we are headed to the moon, apparently. Right there. 10 kilometers. I just want to see what she can do. Apoapsis? Let's see. The figures over here tell us, not much. But the apoapsis will come, whoa, with speed. Whoa, there we go. Pull up. And who's that? Silas33 with another subscription, 4 months now, 10 kilometers. I'll drink to that. You'll drink to anything, you lush. But thank you and welcome. Last time we flew this, we got to 30 kilometers on the apoapsis. I don't know what we're gonna do this time, but doesn't look quite realistic. Are you generating any thrust? You're still generating something. I mean, it's worth running you, I suppose. 400 meters per second at 17 kilometers. Our goal presently is just to get orbit. We can get right down to it. We just want ourselves an orbit, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Alright, the Junos are completely dead at 19 kilometers, apparently. They just can't get any more air, and they don't have anything to burn. So, here we are, doing what we're doing. And at 20 kilometers, shall I fire all the way up? Just burn hard? Should be still, generating a nice touch of lift for ourselves. Push this up. So we're past our 30 kilometer, last time to 34 kilometers. And we're still gaining lift. We're still gaining apoapse height because of the lift that we're generating in atmosphere. But we're losing our speed. 35. Maybe we hit 36. Yeah, we hit 36. Hold on, pitch up. Yeah. You pitch up. What's the ship's name? The Overkill? Doesn't look like much overkill, does it? So you need more thrust in the airborne engines and a bit less on the rocket engine. That is the other way to go. And we, took a vote in chat, and we decided that we were going to build light on the flying engine and the other, and with the other and the thing and the stuff. So yeah, wow. Actually, with the lift that we generate just from coming up the way that we are, we made it to there. All right, go ahead and follow your prograde from now. I wonder if, like, with this trajectory, we might be able to make it to the next continent. And if there's a place to land, I just wonder if I can land it. So, stability assist, and actually try and hold just above the horizon, if you don't mind, as we come down. F5. Oh, that's right. It doesn't really... The fizz warp, not great. But, maybe. Maybe something. A little bit of 2 times fizz warp. Get us somewhere. I got all the lights on. I'm gonna be honest. I've had a few, and I have no clue what you're talking about. Plane makey fly do is what we're trying to do right now. But yeah, I'd like to see this thing be able to fly under its own, just at low atmosphere, doesn't have any fuel left. Can I still, even if we don't have land to land on, can I touch down on water in such a way that we probably could have landed that if we had flat ground underneath us? Oh, hello! Hello! We've got the engines back! That's what she's designed for. She got that liquid fuel. That... liquid... The fuck's the liquid fuel? Oh, it's from the other stages? Why do I have extra... Oh, because you sucked it out of there. Yeah. We got that liquid fuel, baby. That's how she's meant to work. Maybe 1 air intake is not enough for 2 engines, this little man. I think it's fine. For what we want it to do, which is basically nothing. We want it for this. We want to be able to, to land it. So that we can bring the whole thing back. Getting it to orbit, heading upwards to 30 kilometers and 900 meters per second of speed, so that's not even halfway there. It's definitely not going to be a conventional SSTO. I don't have the parts unlocked to build a conventional SSTO. Well, I mean the Panther. We could make a Panther. We could go the other way, which is the way that Jim is suggesting, and that I was talking about before, which was that we focus on making a whole bunch of speed using the Panthers, get ourselves to good height, good speed, and then switch over to some liquid fuel oxidizer burning engines, some LFO, spacey rockety engines. Once we're up there. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's best, really. You don't need a huge beast of an engine, just something with a little bit of muscle. Well, I do need a huge beast of an engine, because we started out with the Panther. You saw it. And the Panther got us up to, we were pulling decent speeds. We were able to push it up to 10 kilometers, but in order to get there, we had to burn a lot of liquid fuel. Which means having to drag up the weight of a lot of liquid fuel. Now that I've got this little nose cone thing going on, though, we could fill that up with liquid fuel. Put 2 Panthers on there. I think we'll test that. It won't be that hard to just convert it over real quick to see if 2 Panthers, how much they pull, how much they draw, what kind of speed and height we can make off of 2 Panthers in afterburner mode. These tiny, weaky ones. So you're suggesting going up from the Junos to the next one, but not with the afterburner. I think we go all in one direction or all in the other, because this is all lightweight, and then the other direction is heavy, but, purposeful for speed and whatnot. I would like to land at some point here, so go ahead and dive. And how are we doing on the liquid fuel? Oh, we'll have it forever. If you want lightweight, increase the wing surface. There's a guy called Pi. This is enough wing. This is enough rain. You don't know what you're talking about. You've had too much pizza. You're drunk. Little magnets. Like, everybody's drunk. Wait, who is it? Sai's drunk. I'm drunk. You're drunk. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on here. I would like to get back down to land. I presume that we've made it to the next continent over. It's dark, but maybe we didn't. Coming up on it. 200 meters per second. Dive, dive, dive. I can't see the ground. You know, if you can tell what's below us, then good for you. I've already got a little bit of boost to the lighting in the game as well. I just I don't want to make it like cheaty. Can you use the Panthers in dry mode just to get airborne, then switch to afterburner mode? Could do, yeah. Especially when we've got two of them on there. Then between the two of them, they'll definitely have the thrust to get us off the pad without having to suck through everything. See for miles. You don't know. You're drunk, Jim. Stay here. You're drunk. Stay here. Why is it everybody always says you're drunk, go home? No, you're drunk. Stay here. You know? Go driving. You know? You're drunk. I'm drunk. We're all drunk. Let's have a party together. Go home? Why would you go home? Alright, we're going straight at the water. Presumably the water. Quite quickly. Oh, yes, I can see the water now. Go ahead and throttle down a bit, maybe. Nice. Nice. Who did it? Oh, somebody. Wait, let me make sure that I'm not going to hit the water while I look at Streamlabs and see what the donation said. Streamlabs. There we go. Pull this back up. It was just nice, but it was $6.90. You drunk. You drunk. Stay here. If I turned SAS off. F5. Fuck. Alright, if I turned SAS off. Okay, yeah, because I've still got my my trim set up, and it's actually a little bit more aggressive than we'd want. I can see land directly ahead. Should we fly for land? Should we head for land, or should I just put it down in the water? Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a little bit too much trim. Here we go. How far away do you think that land is? Because it could be just a bit over there, or it could be 1,000 miles away. What do you think? I think we go ahead and we descend. I'm going to put the gear out. I'm going to trim up, because the gear is going to create more drag. I'm going to turn the engine down to just above nothing. Lowest possible throttle I can have, and trim up quite a lot more. We can maintain this level, if not this height. So we come down, trim up, trim up. Sending nicely now. Okay, trim up a lot. Yeah, you're a little bit too slow for this ship, I think. Give us quarter throttle. Okay, give us less. Okay, we're just 50 meters above the surface now. Trim up. Give me more throttle. We're 11 meters above the surface and maintaining height at 34 meters per second. Yeah, this is perfect. Look at that, it's just hanging out. Okay, we're starting to fall again. I'll trim up just a bit more. Try and get back flat. The wings level with the horizon. 32 meters per second. I need to trim up just a touch more. Whoa, okay. Okay. Giving it just a little bit more throttle. Wow. Huh? We're concerned that we'll be detected on radar if we go any higher, apparently. Land right over here. I want to go for it. I want to try and land on a beach or something. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, like less throttle, please. Seriously, planes that fly at this speed are not SSTOs. Mine flies at 3 meters, 220 meters per second. So put on two Panthers. That's why I said we're gonna do that. Quit fucking, you're drunk, Jim. Reminds me of the Ron White bit where the pilot waves a bird around his plane. Going it's such a controlled speed. I dig it. I can dig it. This is such a nice, slow, approach. Like, what we've proved to my mind, what we've proved is that I can land this. As long as we can get it down through, Atmo again, then I can land it. If I go fine controls, does that affect throttle? It doesn't. Okay. And are we in fine controls now? Because I have no idea. How do I get out of this mode and back to the other one? Shit! No, that's not it. Okay, we're not in fine controls. Good. I don't want to be in fine controls. Less throttle. We're almost to land, 900 meters per second at maybe 5 kilometers. Yeah, that's how you do that. It's the other way. It's the other way. Uh-oh. Somebody should pay attention to flying. I'm busy pulling a swig from my brew. Where's the co-pilot? That's what they're here for, isn't it? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Pull up. Pull up. Look at that. 8 meters. Oh, shit. Nope, we're fine. All that going toward land. You can kill the engines, I think. All that flying toward land. Pull in the landing gear. We're down. And I just belly flopped it at 30-some meters per second. Can I land it? I think I can land it. ETA on fine mic setup video? Oh god, I don't, I don't know. Can you please come to like a full and complete stop there? Which engine is just shut him down. Shut him down. I don't want to listen to him. One, and the other one. There you go. 0 meters per second will recover the vessel as opposed to reverting. Cool. Successful water landing. It's fun. I like flying planes. Alright, so we're going to go on to a Mark II at this point because we're going to switch over to trying to actually get SSTO plane speeds. Instead of having something that has a little bit of something that it could land itself if we pushed it there with a whole bunch of liquid fuel. So, yeah. But the fine mic setup video, I don't know if you keep bugging me about it. It's the best bet that we've got here. Is keep leaning into me and being like, when are you gonna do that? And then we got a chance that it'll happen. What does SSTO mean? Single stage to orbit. So we don't want to drop anything off of this craft, no SRBs to LFO to transfer stage. We want the whole thing to go up and the whole thing to come down, ideally. Would be what we're going for. All that said, we're about to rip this off, and I love the place. I love where you are, though. I love where you are. Maybe I do something. Let's just pull this off, set it aside for now. And then underneath you, actually, was a bunch of our equipment. Can I be bothered to move it somewhere else? That's how I feel about it. I got a structural put on both sides. It's like, it's in there, but that's empty. If I had like a really short version of that, what's a structural tube? That's a little bit big. Hey, there you go. It's perfect if I can attach to it. I've never used this before. What the fuck is the perfect purpose? You can walk Kerbals around on the inside of them? Neat. As long as it doesn't, like, create a bunch of drag. But we'll find out. So, Desune, what we would need here, we're probably gonna need, give it by mass, a lot more liquid fuel for this kind of a thing. And I guess it's just that. Unless I put on... So you're 400 liquid fuel. That seems stupid. If I were to put you on, I'd get 90 total between the two of them. If I were to put you on, I'd get 180 total between the two of them. What's in here could be 80. So 180 plus 80 between the two of them. It's 180 plus 180 between the two of them. So this is my idea. Do that and then drain all the oxidizer out of it. So it's just for the engines. And then give us the two Panthers. Start them off in dry mode. And go to wet. Yes, start them off in dry mode. So, yeah. Now there's more of that going on. And then for the tanks, we want you guys to be drained from first. So zeros and zeros. Now we have this little problem of where to attach the wheels. I'm gonna be as lazy as I possibly could. Boom. Perfect. Just like we had them before. Just like we had them before. God damn the fucking camera controls. How could you do two different... And they got different camera controls in two different fucking facilities. What idiot? What moron? What OSHA maroon came up with this bullshit? Shoot like that. You're gonna need a little tip. A little aerodynamic nose cone for you. It's gonna be this one. Small nose cone. Boom. On both sides. Yeah. And then on the back of you, you know, I don't fucking care. I don't know if I've mentioned that I don't fucking care, but I don't fucking care. So then, new stage. You're off on your own. Don't care about you right now. Okay. So... The Reliant, what's your TWR? 0.76, dragging all this up. I mean, if we burned through all the liquid fuel, 0.79. Because we also have, we could throw some extra engines on, but it would have to be sparks. Great, now we went from 0.76 to 0.75? You guys just in the wrong stage or something? Oh, I've got this. You're in reverse, my friend. That's what I wanted to see. No. That's what I wanted to see. 1.05 with the sparks. And the sparks will add some ability to vector. You know? Pull them off, put them on. You feel me when I say It's looking really cool, I gotta say, though. Like... Who would have thought, like, I didn't build it this way to start with, but I've left just enough room for everything to sort of make sense and all that. Let's put on some struts between these wings back here and the little liquid fuel tanks. Air intakes. Oh, right. Now we've got to add those air intakes back. They're going to need a lot of it. A lot of friggin' air for these. I think you're actually correct. And then if I did that... Then we've got connective point between those two to help stabilize the wings and just everything in the ship. We got one up here as well. We need some real air intakes. So you guys go away. And please, please give me back the... Where do you find them? They're under aerodynamics. The big boys. 2 big boys. And the one on the front. Is that enough? Who's to say? Until we go out and fly it. If we just save it and then go out and fly it, then we'll know. Alright, so back to you, the 2 of you guys. You're in dry mode to start. It says mode dry. Let's go give her a go. Let's go take her for a spin, you know? Save, launch. Oh shit, did a Kerbal climb in there? I'll bet a Kerbal climbed in there. I see monoprop tanks, but are there RCS thrusters? There aren't. That is a thing that if we ever get to the point where this is something that we can actually send to space, I need to put that on once we know more or less where the center of mass is going to be. And all that. Brakes. Fucking bugs. Brakes and bugs we've got. You know what? I would love... We don't have a pilot. Good. I would love if we could take off, you know, during the fucking day. What about that? So I'm gonna hibernate you in warp auto. Stop it. Stop bouncing. Stop bouncing. Ain't no need for that. F5 me. Let's just time warp from the pad until the day comes up. We got enough electric charge, especially in the mode where it auto warps. There we go. Sunshine lollipops. SAS throttle to full and brakes are on. Go ahead. Fire up them engines. Turn the brakes off. Alright. You got science to take? Really? What do you got? Oh, temperature scan? Sure. Atmospheric pressure scan? Sure. Go ahead. Sure, all of this is coming back. Whoa, 100 and some meters per second. Pull up. Nope. Woo hoo 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 hoo. Stay on the runway. 140. Pull up. No. Oh yes, I was able to pull up. I was able to pull up. SAS off. Trim. 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 Okay. Okay. Let's check on our fuel tanks. So these should be going, but these shouldn't be, and they're not. Yeah, so those are all burning together. We could just watch this one in order to see when it's running out. 200 and some meters per second and gaining height, and that's right at the surface. So actually we want to throttle down, I think. Let's go ahead and make some height though. No, throttle up and make some fucking height, Pawn. Put the balls into it. Put your balls into it. Just make some of that good height. You can't get back on the 90 too. It's definitely fast enough now, but not pointy enough. It's pointy. Look at how pointy that is. Look at the points that it points. It can point. What's your point? That was really bad right up until I came up with what's your point. And then it was genius. Free of the fucking landing legs, you idiot. Your first day flying? Kinda. In several years, actually. First day flying planes in KSP in several years. That should allow us to go faster, actually. I can tell by how it handles that it's not particularly aerodynamic. What do you mean? WDYM in Cincinnati. Making that height. I'll just put the fucking SAS on. Just keep it there. I don't know. SAS list bullshit. Who gives a shit? Who gives a tits? Whose tits give a tits? We might have like an excess of liquid fuel, but when we turn on those after, oh shit! I didn't make it so I can turn them both on at once. I needed to action group this so that I can switch mode on them. Well, maybe they will switch mode together, right? Like same vessel interaction, brake symmetry. I don't know if they're going to or not. We'll find out when we fire them up that way, though. We still got, 200 meters per second in climbing, so can't complain. Why not make the Millennium Falcon? That way you can do the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. That ship's a piece of junk. People just think it's good, but they don't know. They don't know. I see violent yawing in the future. You don't know nothing about no yawing. Wait, are you drunk too, Stormhawk? Now Stormhawk's drunk. But he keeps coming up with suggestions and things, and I know what's going on. You're all lubricated. With God's lubricant. Well, with the lubricant that he taught his monks to make, anyway. So I presume it's God's. Seems a little underpowered during this climb. You think so? We're not in wet mode, we're not in afterburner mode, and we've got a pitch of about 14 degrees on the bubble. Could be right. Could be right. But we'll see. I just want to, get up to 8-10K, I would think, before I go wet. Before I get wet, let's hold both of you up, and then see about your flow. Is it a good flow day? Is it a bad flow day? It's a heavy flow day. 35 still. Okay. If I nose down a bit, now I want to keep making height though, you silly. I didn't mean to nose down that much. God damn it. Keep making height, I just wanted to make better speed. So get your wings level. I hate SAS in a plane. Alright, now we're making speed again, a little bit. So let's say at 7.6 we went ahead and fired these up. Toggle mode, toggle mode. Look, maybe you should have these closer to one another, Pawn. Maybe just like overlapping each other. Toggle mode, toggle mode. Toggle mode, toggle mode. There we go. Alright, I handled that well. Now we're burning. Now we're going. And the liquid fuel, still lots of it to go. Still lots of it to go. We could bring a lot less liquid fuel, I think, and not have to drag so much weight. See what we can get at like 8 kilometers. Off she goes! Indeed. To the wild blue yonder, here we go over the sea. So the idea here is break the sound barrier above a certain height and cross your fingers that you start to get runaway speed, right? So we're approaching the sound barrier as I speak, and we're still making height. With every bit of height that we make, we lose, air. But because we're pushing faster, we're actually getting more air in also. So, 307, 307.7, we're kind of topping out on the speed here. I'm now going to nose down. A little bit more speed. Nose down, nose down, nose down. More speed, more speed, more speed. Pitch up a little, Pawn. That is quite shallow. Is it? Trying to make the speed, though, I thought. Barely climbing now. Yeah, well, I'm not trying to get height. I'm trying to get speed. Speed is what gets us there. Speed is what gets us height, ultimately. Like, if I have to actually be descending in order to get the runaway, speed to go, you're not really getting either, to be honest. 325 meters per second, but if it is increasing speed right now, as opposed to slowing, I mean, once runaway starts, it fucking starts, baby. So we're descending right now, a little bit. But doesn't runaway speed start around here, 300 and something meters per second? Speed and power solve many things. we're still making that speed. I mean, it has to do with the fact that we're descending. And therefore, we're very close to our prograde. But I'm just waiting to see, because I don't know. It's been a long time since I did an SSTO. I don't know if I ever truly understood these rules, how this worked, but 340 meters per second at 9.3 kilometers above the surface. I wouldn't expect it until 450 to 500 meters per second. Well, I don't think we're going to get that off of these engines. We'd need a third. Did we do a third? Sure. I like the amount of liquid fuel that we've brought, though. Seems pretty good. Alright, let's go for full-on speed, then. See what we can get while we're descending from 9K. You can tell it's starting to get there, you think? .390 meters per second, and because we're going so fast and generating so much lift now, ooh, we're starting to get some effects. Yep. We're actually, like, slowing in our descent. We're gaining more and more, and more and more. If the liquid fuel holds out, I mean, we've got liquid fuel in the LFO stages, but this is very good, actually. I mean, this is super friggin' efficient. It's kicking in! We're starting to get it! We're in that runaway speed, baby. Run away! Run away from the pain. It's ready. So, what do? Nose up? Nose up? Look at that. We're starting to make height and I didn't even nose up. Pitch up. Alright, we're pitching up. Still making that speed. Still making that speed. Pitch us up, pitch us up, pitch us up. Pitch us up. Still making that speed. Okay. Okay, we're kind of even on the, we're just holding at 572 meters now. I'm gonna nose down a little bit. There. There it is. Good angle. You like my angle? We're losing the speed. We're making the height.
Going on
I think it's going to be time to fire the other engines.
Through the sky.
Thank you, Sai. Time to fire the other engines. Let's go. All the engines burning together now. I don't know. Let's see what our apoapsis is. 23 kilometers, not much ahead of us. But we got up to 570 meters per second at our fastest, maybe 580. And the jets are now dead. Don't have enough oxygen at 23 kilometers around, apparently, to carry this on. We're making speed like a banshee. Like a banshee is how we're making that speed. 4 kilometers. I feel like nosing down. Am I crazy for feeling like nosing down? Feel like nosing down. Wow, look at that. That plume. That's fucking cool, man. Apoapsis is rushing up towards space now. Yeah, I'm gonna nose down. Get on my prograde. Make that speed, that good speed. That boom boom whatever, and then the other and the thing and the guys and the stuff. And we have space! We're going to space, everybody. Just before the tip of the ship burnt off. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're on our way to space. Hold your prograde, please. F5 from here, I think. I don't know if you make orbit, but it's close. Yeah, probably won't make orbit with 485 and this speed, but that is the best, you know, flight that we've had yet. And if I would have flown it a little bit smarter, I think we could have got it happening earlier, which would have preserved more of our, you know, our liquid fuel reserves wouldn't have necessarily eaten into our LFO reserves. Still feel like we're gonna need something more. I wonder if I could put like more jet engines on. Maybe not a third Panther, but like one, tuck 2 Junos in there, or throw in one something. Like, what if I put 2 Junos? They're not going to work at height, really, are they? But the idea was put the 2 Junos on the end of on the back of the ship, kind of thing. If you fly it really well, it'll make orbit. You think so? I don't think so. We'll find out. Make sure to put the afterburners on an action group. Yeah, that's a thing when we pull it back in. F5 from here. Let's go ahead and fizz warp up into space. Okay, what's our APWAPS? It's up here. So how many seconds we got? 1, you're following prograde. At 14 seconds, I'll just burn full.
Ronin on.
Okay, I'm gonna let it get a little bit closer and start burning at 10 seconds instead. There we go, that's more of the drop that we want toward us. If we're burning full prograde the whole time. Oh, no. To T-5 and burn, maybe? Little magnets, 144. Thank you very much, little magnets. We got ourselves a periapse before we ran out of fuel there. We got ourselves a periapse, 13.8. Really, really close. You're right, Pi. It was really close. It was a lot closer than I thought it would be. I think we could fly this to orbit if I just flew it better as it is. And we're not done designing it. So that was excellent. I made an SSTO today. An SSTSO. An SSTNO. Nearly orbital.
Ronin on.
What's with the 144 and then 145? What am I not getting? Thank you. Little magnet. Oh, it's Psy who came with the 145. Little magnets with the 144, Psy with the 145. Are you guys fighting for... Let me just check here. See what we got. I don't get it. Not the 411, but the 144. F5 and... Yeah, fuck it. Let's see how she descends. Now, the way that I used to do this for SSTOs, if I recall, is that when you hit atmosphere, you want to be, you know, just Jesusing. You want to be full-on Jesusing. Just arms out to the wind, cross, full-on cross is what you're looking for. So that you're just creating the most possible drag as you hit the atmosphere to slow yourself down before that drag would, you know, be so hard as it will rip off your, you know, your everything. So that's my idea. Am I right? Am I wrong? Who's to say, really? Somebody who knows better probably could say. But save a little tiny bit of weight by only bringing up as much oxidizer as you can use. Well, I think if we would have flown it better, we wouldn't have had to dip into the LFO while we were burning the... Are you leaning back? I don't want you leaning back. Yeah. More like that. I think if I would have flown it better, then we wouldn't have needed to dip into the L part of our O. So we wouldn't have, you know, wouldn't have had to do it. 40 to 50 degrees on the ball usually works for me. 40 to 50? All right, I will trust you. I'm gonna go for 50 though. And yeah, go ahead and like fizz warp me pretty hard, please. Okay, you know what? I got a feeling this is just gonna get flipped over, so I'm gonna do the other way. I'm gonna go for 40. At least it's a fizz warp. We want to create as much drag with just maximum surface area as we re-enter atmosphere so that it slows us down while we're in the high atmosphere before, you know, it starts getting dense and we start getting plasma effects and stuff like that. 3 times fizz warp, 2 times fizz warp. You want to be at slightly less than 90 degrees off from prograde, I guess. 90 degrees off from prograde. Yeah, see, we're starting to generate a little bit of heat up there. That's another thing the ship could use for re-entry, would be like a radiator somewhere on it to help with this issue. And just we'll let the ship do a little bit of stuff here, because we're getting, you know, heating in this part in the NCS adapter, I guess, or is it? No, it's this one. It's the small circular intake, not built for this kind of heat. If that pops and bursts off us, you know, boo fucking who gives a shit. Shake my head, flying into the night now. As always, as fucking always, right? Always into the night with us. 48 kilometers, starting to get some, you know, heating effects now, which is good. I mean, look at how quickly we're dropping our speed, though. Because we're so just, grab me, wind. Take me, ride me, you know, because of that. So we're dropping that speed really, really fast. We'll be down to 1,200 meters per second in no time, which is a speed below which, you know, nothing's going to blow up. Maybe put some really high power lights on for low altitude flying. Yeah. I mean, we've got the lights, you know, from the landing gear, and they're pretty fucking powerful, but it would be neat to have some extra. Boom, we're already down to 1,200 meters per second, so, like, whoa. Am I still at fizz warp? Yeah, you were at 2 times fizz warp. That's why I pulled down so quick. Okay. At this speed, like, I don't want to end up flipping around backwards is my goal here. So at 900 meters per second, I'll continue being nosed up would be my goal. But, you know, not too violently. 10 degrees, we'll say. And F5 from here. And some extra fizz warp to get us there a little bit faster. I don't have anything to, like, I can't run the engines. So that's another thing, is that we want to have enough liquid fuel on this that we can actually land. But again, I feel like I wasted a lot of time. We could have actually just tried to generate the speed at sea level, too. I remember seeing, I don't know if things have changed in KSP, but I remember seeing, like, KSPCA or KSPCA, seeing Das Valdez, you know, just generate his speed at fucking sea level, where you've got all that extra pressure, and then once you kick that in and you got all that speed, then you tilt up. If the ship can manage to not rip itself apart, that is a viable option, apparently. Yeah, we're down to 250 meters per second at 20 kilometers, so we're fine for, like, heating at this point. I think I'm just going to tell you to follow your prograde a bit. That's actually not great. Maybe if we didn't do that. Ooh, temperature scan from here? Kerbin's Highlands. Okay, that's a great place to have to land. Am I... You're in some kind of warp, is how it feels to me, buddy. So yeah, just dive. I want to come down, and I want to try for a landing. On some rough, uneven ground. Without any of my own, like, authority. Without any of my own power. That's what I want. That's my life. Are we in? Yeah, we're in land mode. Oh, good, and there's no fucking light. Why should there be any light? Turn the cabin lights on. We should be good for electric charge. In fact, what if I went for, like, if I bank us down and try and head for the edge of this lake? Sometimes you get some nice flat ground along the beaches. Let's see what we get. Oh, by the way, give me chase mode, please. Cute. Yes. Yes. Oh, she flies so nice. SAS off. Crew report? Okay. Oh, I don't have anybody in here. Well, then don't tell me that I can do it, you stupid mod. 200 and some meters per second. God, what? Crew reports. Go fuck yourself. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay. In a bit of a pickle here. Because I came down for the beaches. And we're in a hole. That's what we ended up with. Whatever speed I lose now is speed I do not get back. Pull hard. Okay. Okay. Landing gear. Looks like the terrain is going to come up on me very quickly. Brakes. Brakes active. Oh shit, that's a big hill. But the brakes held. The brakes held. Oh, the Ronin pawn lands another one. And yeah, we dropped off a couple of pieces of we didn't need those pieces. Maybe we just rip those off. We don't need them. We don't need them. If they're just gonna blow up anyway, that'd give us all the angles that we need. Fuck them. Oh, another beautiful friggin' landing. And this time without like a, strip. It's good. It's good. Without, no power. No powerless landing. Am I good at this game? I think you're good at this game. F5 and recover the vessel. It was beautiful. Wait, is there any science to be gathered? No, there's no fucking science to be gathered. Recover the vessel. Nice landing. Pawn. Thank you, Stormhawk 427. Up high. Just gonna leave me hanging. That was almost to orbit, and we landed it. I'm not dissatisfied. We got 12.9 science, apparently, too. We're getting to the point where we could maybe buy something else that would help. This is going just fucking beautiful. I'm loving this. I'm loving this process. We need another live stream break, and then to come back and continue building on it. But I am of the opinion at this point, fuck that part of it. Like, that's the Mark II. The Mark II fucking worked. Let's Mark III and build from there. But the Mark II is totally doable. We're getting to the point where we're just tweaking this to be, like, properly SSTO-ish. SSTO-ish. And the thing is, we might have been able to get more out of these engines if I would have had more air intake on it. So if I add those surface mount air intake things, that might actually help us to get more kick out of them and keep them running for longer before we have to kick in the whatever it is. Are we just the Reliant? The fucking Reliant on this SSTO. Cool. But yeah, that's where we stand right now. I'm gonna have another live stream break, and 7 minutes after that, I will be back, and we'll finish this off. I think 1 or 2 more rounds of testing and development, we'll be able to put something up into orbit. Don't know that it's going to the moon today, but just having like an SSTO by the end of, the first day fucking with it makes me a happy boy. So, Desune. 7-minute live stream break. If you're not going to bed, then stick with me, because that's when we'll be back to carry this on. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bond live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. We're doing so good. We've been building an SSTO all day, and we're nearly there. We're meters per second away from there. It's coming together. Shut up. So back into the hangar for what will, hopefully be like the last major iteration on this craft before we get into really like fine tweaking if we go on with it. Love it when you play U.S. Army music as it means they're not busy bombing poor brown. Yeah, that it does. I'm glad to see that they have an interest in the arts. And time for epic. Probably already to bed now, but good night. Not gonna lie, I've missed the I am the Ronan Pawn. Well, when I'm feeling good, like I'm feeling good right now, you get a real big, I am the Ronan Bond. Back in. This craft works brilliantly. I think if we flew it very well as it stands right now, it would get to orbit. But we want to be able to ultimately do more than just get to orbit. What changes on this craft as it stands before us? Number one, before I forget about it, let's do the action groups. So we want both of you guys on action group number 1. We want you to switch mode for me when I press number 1. Gear and landing, the lights and stuff like that are all fine. Is there anything else that really needs to? Not necessarily. We were talking about maybe giving it just a little bit of more kick by throwing some Junos on here instead of the sparks that we have now. If I put the Junos on there 0.25 instead of 0.13, they add some mass. They would give us an additional max thrust of 20 kilonewtons, basically. 20 kilonewtons. And the ISP 6400 in comparison to you, who are giving us, when you're an afterburner runner, 219 with an ISP of 4000. And your ISP was what again? Not that I understand what these numbers mean, but what is it? Alright, so does it say? Enginized 6400 at sea level and 6400 vacuum. I don't know. Would it be beneficial to us? I mean, having these on there means that we've got 1.05 TWR on the liquid fuel instead of 0.91, but that is at sea level. We don't start burning these until, let's say, 9 kilometers, where it's already 1.04, so it does make some of its own, around 9-10 kilometers. It is pushing the craft, if but barely. We put you guys back on, both of you, and we're up to 1.2. I think it's worth having those as opposed to putting on more jet engines for this craft that is ultimately meant to, fly in space. Hello, I love DM1234 man. Welcome. We're very close to this being a proper SSTO. It is a bit overkill, but we were building it to go to the moon, and now we're finding out that's not going to happen. I think if we had a little bit more liquid fuel on it, I'd be happier. Just liquid fuel, though. And do I have something that, like, you contain oxidizer? Do I have something incredibly small? It's just you guys, these little dudes, that could give us just a touch more. Ooh, and you could, Pawn. How much more do you get for that? 50? 50's huge. 50's all day. 50's more than we actually need. That being the case, I wonder if we would do well to do this instead. Extend you out a little bit more. It's a thing we could do. It's certainly a thing we could do. The other thing that we could do that I had talked about potentially doing was putting on some of them there with the radial air intakes. They looked really cool when we had them on before, and we don't need, so many of them. I mean, we could put them up there, but I like them on the wings. They looked really fucking spacey when they were on the wings. So without snapping, if I just drop 2 of you down on either side, about middle of the wing, we get that kind of a look. How much do you weigh? 0.03, so that's 0.06 if I put them on, 0.12 if I put them on in the way that we had them before, which was really fucking cool. I mean, it looked really neat. I'd love it if they would actually work. I need to do something real quick, because I'm getting more and more little gnat bugs in this room, and it's because I got the blinds open behind the green screen. And I just got so many studio lights on in here that every insect in the Tri-County area is looking at that window going, ooh, that'd be a nice place to come in and hang out in some light. So just closing the blinds will keep them a little bit at bay. Snapping and absolute and drag you to here, and then give me them again. This time put them on the bottom. And then snapping absolute, we're still there, so you went on sideways. Alright, so no snapping. I can get you like that, then snapping back on, still in absolute mode. Grab it, yank it, pull it. Wrong place. And then forward. I mean, tell me that doesn't look badass, you know? Tell me that doesn't look fucking awesome. Alright? It looks kind of okay, I guess, anyway. Could you guys come forward, any, actually? Go up to, like, here. And then you up to here. That's... The view from in the tourist bays is getting worse and worse as time goes on, isn't it? Ah, fuck them, you know? What about fuck them? Have you thought about fuck them? Back again. I don't know about that. I don't know about how that look. You know, that look, though. If I dragged you down by one and you down by one... nope, because you penetrate each other that way. I mean, it's got a hell of a front profile, and I can't not, you know? That might help us with keeping the liquid fuel burning a little bit longer. I don't like that. That's kind of nasty looking. But I would like to have just a little bit more liquid fuel for our air intake engines here. One on each wingtip? I could just go with one. I could totally go with one. It would be fine. But I fucking love that profile so much that unless it's a problem, I'm gonna probably do that. I could, like, with the dumplings, they've got 9.9 liquid fuel in each of them. And don't we have a place where we were shoving shit somewhere in this craft? Like, here. So if I yank you off, and then in here, if I put 2 dumplings and I sucked the oxidizer out of them, that would give us just a little bit more liquid fuel to burn. But you would want these attached radially. Or, I mean, surface mount. You want them surface mount to that, so that the game doesn't think that that it should be applying aerodynamic drag to it. So, I'm running out of space here. The idea is that we're not cheating because reasons. Just move things around because it could all fit in this space. If it can all fit in this space, theoretically, then I consider it not cheating. Personally. Dragged you down and then moved you over, you'll fit in right next to that guy. I mean, these are all in here for silly, just being kind of silly. They are on board. And then you're a little bit too big still, by my standards, to be like, yeah, I could fit in there. You in like that, maybe? Drag you down a little bit, just trying to make space for it. When I put you over the top, you totally fit in here. Especially if I drag you out. Ooh. Okay, you'd actually be penetrating the next thing, but if you were like that... You know, the battery could be in a place where if it was like against the wall kind of a deal, well, then do it, Pawn. Make it look that way. So if it were like this, you've got a ridiculous amount of control here. If you're like that, and then that's in there, and then you're gonna make it look right, you know? It's an art project. Kerbal Space Program is an art project. That's fitting all of it. That's making me feel like, yeah, that's fine. And I could actually drag this ball out a little bit too. A little bit closer on that side, a little bit down on this side. That all fits. It's not penetrating each other, it's not penetrating anything. It's good. So then it puts you back on. Like that. And we've got a little bit more of that, except for Pawn, you forgot to actually drag the oxidizer out of there, because you don't need the oxidizer. You just wanted a little bit more liquid fuel. Beautiful. So we got a little bit more liquid fuel, we got a lot more air intake. We ripped off some of these, we created an action group. We good to go, basically? You know, what else would I do at this point? This one, I think, is an SSTO. I think it gets to orbit. It definitely doesn't go to the moon, but I think it gets to orbit. Let's give it a try. So I've got you. Make sure you've got these flipped around the correct way. It's going to be these two fire with that one. Yes, like that. Make sure... Oh, shit, that's the other thing you didn't do, Pawn. What? You didn't set it to drain these first. So priority, fuel priority is 0 for you, it's -10 for everything else. And now all of the just liquid fuel parts will just drain liquid fuel. Yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. It's only an extra 20 liquid fuel, but like I say, we can fly it better than we did last time. It's carrying a little bit less weight, and then it's carrying more weight, and then just, I don't know. We'll find out if it works or it doesn't, and we'll do that basically right now. So nobody in the cockpit because we don't need it. It has a probe on it, and let's see what we can do with this craft. Kasima Fazal Mirza. Hi. What game is this? Kerbal Space Program, where you are literally doing rocket science, aerodynamics, just all of the things. It's a big brainy kind of a game. People who play it think that they're all special and shit. All you gotta do is learn the fucking rules of the game. But the rules of the game are rocket science. So it's technically, I'm gonna try lifting this one off without SAS. So I'm gonna start it off with quite a bit of extra pitch. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Fuck it. No. No. The other thing that I wanted to do was actually play with our center of mass, center of lift, by possibly tilting the whole wing, span up, but maybe just giving our elevons some natural, some natural elevation to them, I don't think we can do the whole wingspan because of how these are connected. Like, it would be a bit of a chore. Oh, but it could be very, very good, Pawn. It could be very, very good. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. So, let's get good and close. And put up my center of mass, center of lift. And if I did that... Okay... And then on you guys, I did that. Hopefully it's equally just both one tick. And then the idea actually would end up having to be, off of you, we drop you? No texture tearing going on? Good. Good. So now we have some natural lift, you know, with everything that we got going on. You guys, we would want, let's see about maybe putting some turn down on you. I mean, well, no, some turn up on you. It's a little bit closer there. And then you, I think, are also turn up. All right, we don't need that really. But does the craft look cool? Because that's a big concern of mine. I'm curious if I can get away with like dropping the whole thing here below the windows. It's a spacecraft. There's a lot of issues that could arise from trying to do what I'm doing right now. But if I can get away with it, I would love the tourists to actually be able to theoretically see what they paid to come and see. Is this as close as we can get them? Doesn't seem right. If I zoom in more. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So I'm not blocking those anymore, and who's to say whether or not that will allow anything, really, but it's the Mark III. Wanted to make that change, have made that change. See if anybody's climbed aboard the crew or the vehicle. They haven't. Put it back out on the pad. I'm ready to fly it. Literally watching a video about you on YouTube, and here you are streaming. Hello, sir. Dogs Gone Wild 1. Welcome. Were you watching the Apollo Legend video? Or the Fine microphone review? A lot of people find me via the Fine microphone review as well. Good night. Kasima Fisimal Vision. SAS on, throttle to full. Just a test flight, so yeah. Go ahead and fire it up. Fire him up. We're in dry mode, right? We are in dry mode on these engines. Okay. Oh, no SAS, but yeah, give me some trim. Trim up. A little bit in this direction. Oh, that's so much better. It was like over, it had too much control on the yaw before. Oh, and it just takes off on its own now. It takes off on its own. Oh, that's so beautiful. I love it when you got a craft that just takes off on its own. Okay, pitch down, pitch down, pitch down. I don't need as much trim now that I've banked those wings up. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I'm so happy. Ground, this is gear. Pull the gear in. Kind of speed we can make here at sea level before we even go wet. Now it's taking off before the end of the runway. Ah! Yeah! So we'll max our speed out here, I guess. And then I'm gonna go to, you know, liquid fuel mode. We should just be draining the fuel from these tanks, from the exclusively liquid fuel no oxidizer tanks right now. So that will represent that entire stage. If I were to click on one of these that has LFO on it, you see it's not draining from there. So this is our tick down timer on how long we've got. Alright, so at this point, 212, I want to try this at ground level instead of going up to 7 kilometers first. I want to try this at, I mean, it's not ground level, but 2,000. It's fine. Give me trim. A little bit more. A little bit more. Okay, that'll probably work when I hit the 1 key, which puts us into afterburner mode. And boy, do we start burning this fuel now. Pawn, would it be cheating to stick a few tiny detachable SRBs on for getting speed faster on the runway? Yes. Yes, it would. But you know, what are you gonna give a shit? So I wanted to see what this would do if we were much lower in the atmosphere when we fired up our afterburners. The idea being we're grabbing a lot more oxygen, you know, a lot more O to mix with our L here, and see if it gives us that kind of speed that we're looking for. If I just... There we go. I'm going to keep us nosed down. I want us to be just gaining speed, gaining speed, gaining speed, and seeing if it runs away on its own. So even if we're, like, descending, which we are right now, I'm still okay with that. Just ever so slightly, just a touch of trim. See if we can get that runaway speed all the way down here in the deep atmosphere. And it's not looking good for this premise. Not going to run away in atmosphere this thick. I've seen it do that before with other people's, you know, vessels, but I kind of have to agree that it's not going to happen for this one. We're going super, super fast. It's just not happening. Yeah. So, okay, we'll revert to launch, and we'll take it off, we'll fly it up, and then we'll give her another go. 1,500 meters? No effing way. 5K? Maybe. 10K? Probably. If you've got, like, a ridiculous amount of thrust in comparison to the weight that you're dragging up, then you can do it at sea level, but we are dragging up a lot of weight, aren't we? SAS, no, not SAS. In fact, I'm not even going to do any, like, trim, and we'll just see how this works. Throttle to full. Go. See if it takes itself off even without pitch, or without trim, because I had trimmed in some pitch. See, both of those sentences were technically correct. Oh, Jesus. Okay, just stay on the... Yep. Stay on the pad there. Oh, yeah. We're up. If I pull up the slightest bit right now, I think we're up. There we go. We're up. Okay. Up and away. Gear in. And I am going to need a bit of trim. There we go. Try and get the wings level with the horizon. Sir Dog's Gone Wild, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, by the way. Okay, pay attention, Pawn. You're just sort of floating around there. Put us into chase cam mode as well. Now climb slowly to 5K, then engage wet mode while continuing to climb. Okay, well, slowly isn't happening. Not that I was in control. I just kind of they happened. They happened. It wants to keel to the right a bit. So yeah. But you want me to try it from 5K? I'll F5 and we'll try it at 5K. If it doesn't work out, I'll F9 and then we'll try it from a different height. Trying to get onto the 90 here just by virtue of our roll. A bit of roll into the wind without having to, like, pull hard with yaw. 5K, yes, but don't level off. Okay. Okay. Looks like I'm gonna need some more trim. Try and keep going up here. Yeah, it wants to roll to the right. Well, that's what trim is for, Pawn. Trim the roll. Bit more. Here you go. More trim. More pitch trim. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then one back on the roll trim. Without SAS, it's never going to be, you know, perfectly online. We're making 200 meters per second. We're up to 4K. And I think I will go ahead and turn SAS on, just for making this a little bit easier. Pull up a little. Alright. Get up to like a 15 degree on the bubble. 14 degrees on the bubble, maybe? Alright, at 5K, let's go to 5,500. No, let's do it now. Opening her up. And let's have the liquid fuel visible. Like that. Keep her at least 15 degrees, maybe 25. We're gonna have to nose down to get the speed to run away with sooner or later. I would think, anyway. I don't know. Not if you keep climbing. Alright. Well, we're slowing down a lot at 297 here. Starting to lose speed. I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and nose down and get that runaway speed. That's what I think. That's what I think, Jim. Get into space. I'm going to nose down and get that runaway speed before we burn any more of this liquid fuel. Passenger shuttle? Kinda. 5K was too low. Maybe 8K would do the trick. Alright. I'm just going to burn on the horizon now. We're losing height. It's fine. Give me that speed. Give me that speed. In fact, go ahead and dive. We need some runaway speed here. Bit of an art to this, I would say. Not entirely science. We're coming up on halfway through our entire liquid fuel reserve. Getting close to runaway speed now, though. Yeah. Hopefully we can have a decent amount of liquid fuel left over once we're in, for when we're coming back. Okay, 400 and some meters per second. I'm gonna start pulling up, I think. Get us back on the horizon. Pull up a little more. 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 There we go. Pull up a little more. Pull up a little more. You know, this is a balance, is the thing, is between when we're lower in the atmosphere, we have more air rushing into our engines to be able to make thrust off. And we're starting to not make the speed anymore, so I'm actually going to nose down. So that we can get, speed. Speed is the main thing here. Height, lovely and all, but speed, baby, speed. In fact, from this height, I might focus completely on how much speed can I get before I start descending. Yeah. 13 kilometers, pushing for max speed. We're down to 13 units of liquid fuel remaining in the tanks, up to 550 meters per second, and still climbing. I wonder if we're going to get a game like Kerbal Space Program or Spore again. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program 2 is coming. That's in development, scheduled for release 2021. I wouldn't hate them if they pushed it back to 2022 to really nail it. We're up to 600 meters per second now, which I'm loving. And we're technically climbing. Slowly, but we are climbing. Running out of our liquid fuel, though. When we hit zero on the liquid fuel, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go to the LFO burning. Pitch up and fire the LFO. Kill the small engines. Well, they've killed themselves. Kill these guys though? The sparks? That's arguably a thing. I should have those on a tick anyway. I should have them on an action group so that I would have the option to kill off the sparks. Yeah. I like that. I like that. That is a good suggestion. How we doing on apoapsis? 40 kilometers. Gonna bank down, try and hold prograde, basically. Back, follow your prograde if you can. Whoa, honey. Okay, you're wrong about the prograde. Well, maybe you're going orbital. Yeah, do orbital prograde there. And follow your orbital prograde. I think we've made orbit this time. I could be wrong, but I think we've made orbit. And we have 73 kilometers on the apoapsis with 1,969 meters per second, delta V. Follow that prograde. Follow the surface prograde, actually, because the surface prograde will be maximized for efficiency in the atmosphere. F5 from here. Well, now, burn slowly. Keep burning at low thrust, like 25%. You think? In one go? One smooth ascent. Alright, give it a try. Give it a try, but the apoapsis is burning higher and higher and higher. We're wasting speed on the apoapsis, so I'm going to dip below the horizon for this burn. So that we're putting what we're putting into it on the periapsis. Yeah, I don't think so. Not at this point, Gem. I might even F9, we'll see, to get it up with that. Because I'd gone too far. Better to wait until I'm in space and fire again. We are negative 125 in the periapsis. It is going to come up quick. I think we still make, orbit here. But I think it might have been more efficient if I would have went ahead and let it, like, you know, let us slow down to the apoapsis and all of that stuff. We're in space, currently. So we're going to come up on the apoapsis and prograde, orbital. Wait until negative 12, I guess. And then I'll fire. 14, 13, 12. Nope. Nope. Yeah, we got it. We got it. The periapsis is negative 42K right now. We got it. And we have an orbit. It's not a circular orbit because we went so high on the apoapsis, but we have orbit. We have made it to space in our little plane. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's good. It's very, very good. So, once we're up here, I didn't make the action groups for all the other things. So comms would extend. We get the comms. And then our panels would extend as well. Need to make some action groups for those. That puts us into orbit. We have an SSTO. Everything goes up, everything comes down. We've got comms, we've got electrical generation, we've got a probe, we've got seating for 3 Kerbals that we can pick up because we're running it on a probe. It's good. If you practice a bit more and have good reaction wheels, you'll have fuel left for rendezvousing. For now, pretty damn good. Yeah. We got there. Does what it needs to. Looks pretty sick. Yeah, looks fucking sick. God damn, look at that shit. Ah. Very cool. Very cool SSTO. We know that we can deorbit it. We've deorbited the last one, and it shouldn't be any different. I would like to take one more little pass at, like, tweaking it, and then launch one more and have that be, like, the one. There's nothing for us to do in orbit right now. There's just nothing for us to do in orbit. There's no reason for us to be here, really. So I'm thinking I'm going to revert the flight to the spaceplane hangar and tweak it a little bit. Skip to sunrise. I already did it. Sorry. So let me get my action group set up the way that I like them, which is you guys on... So what is it? It's comms... I think electrical is on 8, comms is on 9. So toggle the electrical on 8, and then on 9, I want the comms to come up. Toggle the antenna. And then we liked the idea, potentially, of being able to, let's say on Action Group 2, be able to toggle the engine from a shutdown or active state. What does 1 do again? Switches mode. Maybe what I do is I am able to toggle that engine with 2, and then on 3, I can toggle these engines. No, what? No. You, on 2, what I want to happen is not you, but I meant this. I want to be able to toggle these on or off. Toggle the engines of the Panther on 2, change the Panther's state on 1, and then on 3, we turn the sparks on or off. Is the notion there. And do you think that the sparks could be off to start with? They've got a decent ISP, they add a little bit of something while we're pushing into space, you know? And in fact, fuck it, as long as we're setting them all up, make 4 being able to toggle this engine. Then you can turn them all on and off, however you think, you know, whatever makes sense for me. You can close the air intakes using an action group. This would make the craft more aerodynamic after the Panthers flame out. Oh, would potentially be the number for that. I don't know that we needed all of these air intakes. Did they help at all? Because I could get rid of them. I can get rid of them. Keep 2 of them. Keep 2 of them? God, but it looks so good with the 4, you know? Hell, keep the inline ones. Ditch the radial ones. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, was ditch the radials. They look so good. If there's going to be 2, there might as well be 4, is kind of how I think of it, but... Oh, they do kind of look cool. 2, that's fine. That's fine, is what that is. So then, but the action group is something I have to think about here. I guess it will be, because I could move everything up. It'll just be 0. It'll be 0. 0 will toggle the intakes. So, toggle intake, toggle intake. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. What else, though? Is there something else? It's like, oh, wouldn't it be great if... It'd be great if we had more everything, you know? A little bit more everything. Be neat, I think, to have around. I think we're good, though. I think that's the Mark III. Yeah, I think that's the Mark III. Alright. Let's send this up, and, you know, for its final launch. It's going to go up there, and we can fly it back down, I guess. With 4, it looks like it wants to be an X-Wing, but doesn't have 4 wings. Yeah. We'll do the whole mission. We'll go to orbit, and then we'll come back down with it, prove that it works for orbital, and then, like, in the next Kerbal live stream, fuck, we've lost the internet again. I'm guessing what's happening. No, are we... Wait, it said disconnected, reconnecting. Are we here? What's going on? Pawn, it's been nearly 5 hours. Maybe time to kill the stream? We want you not dead for tomorrow, so that you can stream more. Still live. Okay, why did it say that it was disconnecting, whatever. What was I saying? Words. I was saying words. Hi, Kenneth, by the way. Something. We'll fly it up, we'll fly it down. The next live stream, like, we will, the whole thing will be to take this and can we, you know, evolve on this basic concept to make one that actually goes all the way to the moon. So let's do all the things. Let's get our liquid fuel exclusive tank up there so as we can keep an eye on it. And SAS, we'll just use SAS the whole time this time. Throttle to full. Houston, it's finally the appropriate launch.
I went home a long time ago.
Well then, how are you talking to me now?
Alexa.
Okay. Could you give me a countdown?
Your mother.
Oh, I see what you've done. You've done one of those Ferris Bueller things where you...
I've done one of those Ferris Bueller things where I recorded this in advance, sucker. 3, 2, 1, go.
Brakes off. Try and stay, you know, on the runway. Yeah, that looks like a good line. Do you take yourself off? Or should I pull up? Hands off. See if it flies itself once it hits a certain speed. It doesn't. I'm going to pull up. Okay. Gear. Thank you. We're off and away. And I'm going to nose up. With SAS active. To around 15 degrees on the bubble. And now we're going. We're on our way. Friends, lovers, true. Disable reaction wheels in the cockpit to stop the bounce. Oh yeah, I suppose we could do just that for our reaction wheel control. Something I'd want to do in the VAB if it actually is, you know, if it works, if it's a good idea. But we could toggle torque. Disabled. I'm going to leave it all enabled, you know? There's 10 torque in that. It's not bad that it's there. I want you to try and stay on your 90 this time, buddy. You didn't do that last time. I'd really like it if you could stay on the 90 so we come up equatorially. That'd be cool. Oh, how cool that would be. Give me the chase cam. Thank you. And this time we're going up to, what do we say? We're going to go past 5K. Let's say 7K. 7K. Not quite 8. We'll do 7. And then we'll kick in the afterburners. Will be the idea. We'll level off. We'll get a bunch of speed at 7K just without the... We'll hit the afterburners and fucking go. But I want to be efficient. I don't want to waste, you know, anything too much. And we're losing speed right now as we climb, but hey, what are you going to do? We're climbing. That's the point. Yeah, and you've gone, again, just stay on your 90 equatorially, you son of a bitch. What if? What if? I know it sounds crazy, but what if? Okay, almost got the right line. Got the right line. Now level out your wings and fucking hold the 90. Right past 5K. 7,500 meters or so. Then start climbing, level off, then hit the afterburner, then start climbing again slowly. Okay. We have the same plan. Good. Hit. Stay equatorial, for fuck's sake. Definitely getting harder and harder to climb. without the afterburners. But we're also sipping the fuel instead of just tearing through it like the afterburners will want to do. It's a cool looking ship. I'm so happy that I built that. $7K, I'm gonna nose down a little bit here to try and make, try and keep some fucking speed as we go. When we finish off this last little bit. Wow, that's not really helping me at all. I think it's time for the afterburners. And go. We're going wet, people. Wet mode activated. Just put the plastic over your head for this part of the show. Look out. Gallagher's gonna start slamming fucking watermelons any minute. Any minute. Alright, 70 of 90 liquid fuel, which represents our total 100. We've gone through 70 of it, so we're doing very good on our liquid fuel usage so far. And I am currently targeting 10 degrees on the bubble, apparently, on the 90. 10 degrees ascent. Pure east, and we've turned 300 meters per second. I think in order to get this runaway speed properly, I do have to nose down in this craft. So I'm going to nose down and use a little bit of gravity to help me make speed. Go up high, don't level off. No, the speeds are dying on me. I need to make the speed and then I can tilt back up. Actually gonna go ahead and lose speed in order to make, or lose height in order to make this speed. I'm the pilot. I'm making the decisions around here. I'm making the decisions around here. Okay, now we're getting that runaway speed. You can see it increasing and increasing and increasing in rate. Even though we're actually generating more and more and more lift because we're going faster and faster and faster. So our descent is abating as our speed is increasing. So we hit about 400. I will nose back up on this. How are we doing on the liquid fuel? Halfway through, as of right now. Halfway through our entire liquid fuel reserves. Starting to actually see some aerodynamic forces now, aerodynamic effects. Tilting back up. Now that we've started the runaway speed. My wings level because we are good on the 90. $450. I want us to keep making speed. Now this is pod racing, isn't it though? I'm gonna level off a little bit, try and make as much speed as I can before we get out of the section of the atmosphere where I can, get the oxygen that I need to burn these engines. How we doing on those engines? The flow is getting lower and lower and lower and lower. Down, 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 down. There you go, perfectly on the 90, thank you. Get that speed, get that speed. Okay, we're coming to the last of our liquid fuel reserves now. Still making height, mainly making speed. Get me up to 600 meters per second, I'll be a happy boy. Switch to LFO at 15K. We'll see. I'm basically going off of Speed and height. $600. $620. Nose and down. Even more. Give me all the speed you can. 640. 650. You said 15K? I'm gonna go with 15K. I'm gonna go with 5 liquid fuel. We're firing those. Okay? So we got that going. What else would I do? 2. Zero to close the air intakes. Need to pitch up. Status closed. Good. $30 degrees, pitch up hard, you say, huh? Apoapsis is coming up. Nosing back down. If you want this to be a nice long burn where we get it all done in one, then I need to be lower. I need to be, you know, down. 900 meters per second at delta V remaining. The periapsis of negative 400. Apoapsis coming up. Oh, Jesus, what am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Oh, but no, I wasn't. I was just like my native instincts were kicking in. 500 meters per second remaining with an apoapsis that is fastly falling. Give me surface and hold my prograde for the minimum amount of drag that I can get. Oh, I forgot this one. I forgot that intake to be closed. But we did close these and these by an action group. 500 meters per second with negative 300 on the periapsis, and we have less speed than we had last time. I think it's been too shallow, this ascent. You think so? Possibly. I didn't turn up very fast, but I think we still get orbit with 500 meters per second at negative 300. We will find out. We have a lot less speed, though, you know? I think we carried like 1,700 and some up last time to space, and this time we're down to 1,500. But we will be in space for the burn, which is not a bad thing. So still holding prograde. F5ing from here. Burning at negative 11 on prograde. Apoapsis is still coming at us. Apoapsis is falling behind us. Okay. Ah, I'm out. I'm fucking out. God damn it. That was so close. That was so... Jesus. It's an art, not a science, this. I think I did the first half really well and then just didn't nose up enough. Revert to launch. We'll try it again. Because I want to see, you know, I want to know what the best is that I can get out of it, and I also just want to do it well. Didn't nose up enough. Alright. SAS on, throttle to full. Don't talk to Houston, let's just go. Yeah, and I pull up. Or I could just pull the gear in when we've got enough speed. That'd probably work. Who wants to try that? Just pull the gear in when we got enough speed. So like 100 meters per second, I'll pull the gear in. Okay, that was I needed to pull up too. I did need to pull up as well. Let's go ahead and build some speed while we're shallow here before I nose up on this. Back to chase mode. There's chase camera mode, thank you. Now I'll nose up. And fuck it, let's get there. I'm going to 20 degrees on the bubble. Probably take longer because it's more resistance. But we got more air right now coming in. From what I've read, the open-close air intake is a myth. They don't get more aerodynamically closed, and at least not anymore. Oh, okay. That makes things easier. I'm open to that. I'm open to working less for the same results. Shockingly, but I am. There you go. 20 degrees, dead on the 90. You, sir? No, it's you, sir. Alright, coming up on not quite 10% of our fuel. Zombies on the bus. Hey, Paul, I just got my Twitch affiliate. Congratulations! You hit the threshold? Jeez, what is it? It's so many hours streamed, so many subscribers. Cool, congratulations, Zombies on the Bus. Start making that sweet pandering entertainer loot. Like me. Baby steps. No. You've hit the goal you want. Their partner is not something that you actually want to happen. Don't even play with partner. The things that they like are entitled to once you're a partner, just affiliate is fine. Affiliate pays my bills, you know. Stick with affiliate and don't have to answer to anybody is my recommendation. But you know, look into it yourself. But you know, Simple Flips got kicked off of being a partner, and because he went over to Facebook and started streaming there also. You can't stream on Facebook if you're streaming on Twitch, even though they were different streams. He's doing 2 different jobs, doing 2 different performances on 2 different platforms. They're like, no, you owe us. What? No, I don't. What are you talking about? Nose down to make sure that we make the last of this. One thing you might want to try upon is building up some speed first. My SSTO, I get it to 375 in level flight, then ascend. Means I don't lose so much speed between 0 to 10k, where I level out. But I have rapiers and whiplash. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to make that speed, that good speed before I ascend, but I can't, without going afterburner here, I got no hope of making the speed that I need at these heights. If I level off here a bit, then maybe I can get some speed back before I switch over to the afterburners. Not a great ascent, considering you're not going up anymore and you've lost loads of speed. Well, you're the one who said 20 degrees would be fine. Zombies with the subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. 100 meters per second, and what are you gonna do? 6.6 kilometers. You know, last time we left from something and it was fine. I'm not worried about it. You know, we're still just sipping the fuel so long as we're in this mode. 20 degrees is too much. Yeah, I guess so. I guess a little bit too much. 15 seems like the butter zone for the ascent. Because we're really waiting now to get there, aren't we? 15 would work. Yeah, we'll stick with 15 in future goes. Trying to stay on that 90 degree, but the prograde is not on the 90 with me. Alright, at 7k we're gonna go for it. And maybe even before 7k, because can I be bothered? Can I be asked? You know, who's to say whether I can or can't? Come on, get on the 90. Get on the 90 before I go doing this. Alright. 7K, alright, I'll wait for it. Oh, he lied! Oh, what a fucking liar this guy is. What a shite state of affairs, Tommy. Okay, stop making all these adjustments. Just go. Go, 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 go. Get that speed, baby. I feel the need for speed. Our prograde is level with the horizon. We're down at 5 degrees this time. I wonder if I can get it without having to, like, dive bomb the planet if I, you know, start at the right sort of moment. You know, if I start at the right degree of angle. I'm nosing down even more, down to like 3 degrees. 3.5 degrees on the bubble at this point. Maybe I can make the speed without having to dive bomb Kerbin in order to get it. 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're slowing down. I'm gonna nose down some more. Whoa, 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 whoa. Landing gear? Oops. I accidentally hit the G button. Okay, they're back in. They're back in. Make that speed. Maybe you would actually be able to control it better from cockpit view. I don't have a Kerbal in there right now. It's a probe, so I can't. 350. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're gaining speed now. Runaway has taken over, and we're just coming up on halfway through our liquid fuel as of now. The liquid fuel that is dedicated toward this jet action, anyway. So now that we're getting the runaway speed, just as we're hitting 400 meters per second, I'm going to start nosing up. I want to keep making the speed, though. There you go. Yes, sir. Like, I'm not going to nose up so hard that I lose the runaway speed. 400. We're still deep in the atmosphere, too. This is definitely a different sort of, you know, thing from last time. 410. Nose down, get me the goddamn speed. There you go. There you go. Give me the 500. 500 meters per second. Okay. And runaway is really running away now, so now I'm pulling up. Whoa, whoa, whoa! It tried to pull off on me. Oh god, we just scrubbed a whole bunch of speed due to drag. It went crazy on me. Okay. Yeah, keep making speed if at all possible there, friend. No? No? 15 degrees. Shit. This one's not great. I'm tired, going to bed. See you streaming. Good to see you streaming, though. Good night, Paul, and good night, zombies on the bus. It's not going a lot better than the last one. Gonna nose down at 15 kilometers. We've lost the air intake is the problem now. You know? The issue is we don't have enough air at this point. But give me up to 500 meters per second again before I fire off these liquid fuel, and then I'll go. I'll go hard. Okay, as a matter of fact, dive me down. Much speed as I can get. And go. Again, more drag. Pulled too heavy too quick. Apoap's readings. Okay, just LFO now. .33 kilometers, 34. .56 on the Apoaps. Pulling down on the throttle. Sure, we're still making speed, but not pushing that Apoaps quite as hard. Nosing down. Apoaps. Are we doing 800 and some meters per second? We don't have the speed. We didn't make a bunch of speed, but we also aren't wasting a bunch of speed. I'm going to let it go from there. Go up to space with 762 meters per second at delta V. I think we can finish off the orbit from there. It's not the speed that we'd want, but the delta V is a lot higher this time. Still haven't figured it out. Quite like what the perfect ascent is on one of these. It's definitely a bit of magic in order to make it work just the way that you want it to. But 1,500 meters per second with the periaps at negative 410 with 762 meters per second at delta V, I think we're good. I think we are okay. We'll F5 from here. And from there, start burning. And give me stability assist, because we're not going to be... What's going on? Why couldn't I control it? Okay, I can control it now? What is... Wow, it controls very weirdly. Hold the Apoaps. Hold the Apoaps. We are in stability assist mode, sir. Why are you trying to pull down to your prograde on me so much? 200 and some. Oh, the SAS was off the whole fucking time. That'll do it. Oh my god. Are we gonna make it? Just barely? Holy shit, just barely. We've got just barely enough to maybe come down. 5 meters per second of delta V remaining. We might not be able to come down from this with 5 meters per second of delta V remaining. I wonder which of these has the better TWR on it. Like these guys, you know, it's the ISP and stuff, like which would be better to use to come down. Oh, you'll come down. You think I'll come down? Alright. I'm gonna drop that. I'm gonna F5. I'm going to... I did put you on a toggle, didn't I? So like 3? Yeah, you're no longer firing and just these are firing. Let's go to a retrograde. I mean, let's go around the planet once. Just because we did it. Oh yeah. As you get in atmosphere periaps, you'll be fine eventually. Not interested in eventually. So we're like way too close to not getting this done for my taste. So we need just more liquid fuel and stuff on here. That's all. Where are you? What are you doing? You went right past the Apoaps? You motherfucker. Alright, let's try F5 from here, and let's try... Why am I going so fast in no warp past the Apoaps? Doesn't matter. Burn it. You said 0... Why do I have 0 meters per second now? I had 5 before I did that. What? If I turn this engine back on... Now I've got 5 meters per second. What's that about? Okay. Well, whatever. Let's, you know, I've got a save point. Let's just burn you down. There you go. We did it. Pawn burn already. Nighttime burn. Give me hugs, please. Here's a hug for you, pony. Alright, I sent a mental hug. Look for it in your mailbox in 6 to 8 weeks. Did you send me postage and handling? I really need to double check that before I go. This is 65K. No. Nobody wants this in their lives, but I do. I'm done with this live stream for today. So, okay. Whatevs. Whatevs. Where's the direction that we're going, though, sir? Free. Thank you. It looks like it's... yeah, that way. And do that. And go ahead and warp me into some atmosphere, please. Okay, and just stand upright. 65 kilometers where there's like no fucking atmosphere. Houston must be disappointed opponents playing with SSTO no countdowns. We're all disappointed. Descent will be the long way around. You'll probably skip off the atmosphere and land during the next daytime. I'd love it if it were just one. Just one, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do that. Cool, but 65? I don't know. Where's the Apoaps? There you go. Periaps is falling quickly. Wait, no, it's not. It's raised. Yeah, it's falling. You're both falling. Pull out like that, and if you wouldn't mind standing completely up in the wind. Completely up in the wind. Oh, maybe this is fine, actually. Because, I mean, the periaps, we're getting precisely no closer to the periaps as we come toward it. You know? And the Apoaps is already down into atmospheres. So it's just going to be a long, 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 long. It's going to be a minute, is my point. Be one, I think. Yep. All right, go ahead and turn on the thing. We got a bunch of electricity on here. You know, we're not generating any right now, but we got a bunch of electrical storage on this sucker. That works. 2,200 meters per second. Come on, buddy. Come on. The periaps is already descending into the planet. Apoaps, you know, go fuck yourself. I don't care because I'm landing over here. Is what the game says to me. Where am I landing? It'd be cool if it were on land. Doesn't look like it's going to be on land. Unless we come down, like, here. Yeah. Where are we at? 58 kilometers? Okay. We're just grabbing, we're hugging the wind. Just like I was hugging Pony with my mind before. We're hugging the wind is what we're doing right now. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Okay, that's a lot of time warp to be doing maneuvers with. It's just you, here. Let's just be like very high, but you know, not enough to flip us over. It would be my goal. Wow, RCS. Oh, I never put the fucking RCS on there. We're dragging up monoprop that we're not even using. There's another little problem for us, huh? What are you doing? What are you doing, Pawn? Stop it. Stop it. I just need you to just, all right. No fizz warp, please. And then, boom. Hold that. You're not even trying. You're not even trying to hold what I told you to hold. You shit bird. Shit. You shit. We're fine. 30 degrees. 15 and 30. That's all you ever need in this game. 15s and 30s with an SSTO, apparently. Yeah. We're slowing down in a hurry. Where are we coming down? Well, the sun will be there when we get there. We're coming down at the fucking no, desert site. Oh, that's on the other side of the planet. Fuck, that would have been so cool. just an ocean. Just an ocean. Well, there's land. I don't know. It looks green down there to me. What does it look like to you? Looks greenish. But this is a very cool craft. It's our first SSTO. It does do the orbit. I would put, you know, I want to put more, probably just LFO on there. Tuck LFO on there somewhere, and that'll do it. Maybe you can glide all the way to land. Yeah, let's do that for the next hour and a half, because I haven't been here long enough. I think it's a good idea. Alright. Yep. I want to go down. In fact, we'll scrub speed by doing this. We'll still be creating drag, but we'll also be forcing ourselves down at the same time, huh? So, scrubbing speed, well, heading for the surface of an ocean, apparently. I can land this in the ocean. I know how to land this in the ocean. F5. I have confidence in my ability to land in an ocean with this craft. You don't worry about it. Oh, by the way, guys, did I not tell you? I ordered my CPU upgrade. I did. I ordered it. I ordered the Ryzen 5 that I want to replace the Ryzen 7 with. It's on the way from Amazon now. Huh? So KSP should, you know, we'll get 8 more frames per second out of it, and it'll still look like shit. But, you know, it's on the way. It's on the way. I got a Ryzen 5... Is it the 3600? 3600, not X. You know, because what I'm running on right now is the Ryzen 7 2700. The Ryzen 5 has, basically, it gives you the same F5, multi-core performance, like, you know, like multi-threaded multi-core performance. Same multi-core performance as the higher core Ryzen 7 2700 that I'm running on right now, because I've got 8 cores, so 16 threads, 16 virtual cores. The Ryzen 5 only has 6 cores and 12 threads, but because it's 7 nanometer architecture, it's just more efficient. So same like multi, but each core is 25%, like, or rather the whole CPU for single core processing 25% more efficient than the Ryzen 7. So it's kind of a side upgrade, you know, but it's better for like what is needed for gaming and stuff, you know, single core. It's no upgrade whatsoever on like my ability to render my videos when I'm editing for YouTube, which is fine because they pop out in less time than it takes, less time than, you know, if it's a 30-minute edit, then it'll be out. It'll be done in 23, you know. Which is absolutely amazing that I can do that on, you know, just the computer I built. But, yeah, it'll give us more single-core performance, which is going to be big for, you know, basically everything. Because everything operates best on single-core. Let's see. When I upgrade a PC, I don't really want better frame rates or whatever. I want to get more for the same frame rate in terms of screen complexity or part count. Single core is just going to be so good for gaming generally. You know, games just don't, it's really hard to take advantage of multi-core processing, and Ryzen is built around multi-core processing, which isn't to deride it or say that it's not good, because they are getting, I feel like, more for less. You know, Intel gives you more, but you pay more, and it's, you know, they're just like, it's more refined silicon, you know, it's better, like that kind of stuff. Ryzen has really, like, scraped all of the angles in order to come up with, like, how can we get the most out of the least, which I really like about it. But when it comes down to, like, gaming and stuff like that, everything is single-core performant. Quad-core is the maximum that you're going to see out of almost every program that you would ever use on your computer, game or otherwise. Quad-core is the top. Because, you know, multi-core processing, it means that it has to be able to do the same process on many different cores that don't communicate with each other while they're doing it. So each core has to be doing something that it can just do and be done with it, which when it comes down to like video rendering and stuff like that, you can do that. But there's so few opportunities in just about every other kind of programming to be able to do, you know, 8 streams of something at the same time, because coding tends to be built around conditional statements. If this, then that. If you lock one core off, and then all 7 others, and they're all doing the same thing, there's no if then that, you know? If then that. It can't do that. So, yeah, this will be like a nice little side upgrade for me, and I'm going to be selling the Ryzen 7 that I've been using all this time, and I think I'm going to be looking for, like, 120 is going to be my minimum. You know, if I have to sell it on Craigslist or eBay or something, then maybe 130 is what I'll be asking. But this one coming in is just 25% more performant on single core, dual core, quad core, and it's $160. So 40 bucks off of that for a CPU that's been able to handle, you know, to do everything that we do on the live streams. I've got so much shit running at once. I think that's a reasonable, like, price down for a used thing that competes with the current technology, runs at the same wattage and everything. Crazy that multi-core support is limited in 2020. Yeah, it's how do you do it, you know? My dad told me today that RAM prices are at a pretty extreme low at the moment. Oh, are they? I don't keep up with that at all. I wonder if that drove down the price of video cards then, because that was a big part of why they were claiming that video cards were so expensive for so long was, well, you know, RAM prices are so high, and, you know, we're putting gigs and gigs of RAM on these video cards. I think they just know what they can get away with. And I think they know that they've hit they're starting to hit an upper limit. I mean, what at this point you're paying the same for your GPU as you are for the rest of the computer, you know? Even just to buy like a 1070 or a 1080, you know, which is last generation stuff. I'm running on a 1070 here. 1080. It's I could build a whole computer for that, you know, for the $400 or $500 that it's going to cost me for that. It's ridiculous. I'll get a 2070 if the prices are down. 2070 Super or whatever. I'm sure it's worth it. It's like 400 euros. Oh, if it were 400 euro, that'd be a hell of a buy. Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at the real world pricing of them, but it was ridiculous, you know? $600 for this and that and the other thing. It's like, I can get a CPU, motherboard, hard drive, power supply, case, fans. I could put everything together for the same price as this GPU. And, you know, the graphics card is basically a secondary computer. It's basically a computer in your computer. But, like, I can't justify that pricing. I justified it once with the 1070 purchase, and I don't think the 1070 is going anywhere for another 2-3 years. It's like right now I can look over and see that my CPUs are being used half, my GPU is being used like less than half. This game just isn't efficient enough to take advantage of all of what I've got available for it. But when I have more single core power, then it will be able to take more advantage of it. Like, we're maxing out on what KSP can actually access off of my CPU right now. When it's just got more single core power, then each thread will get more and will get better, you know, performance all around. My GPU melted once. Well playing KSP too, I'm not surprised. I am surprised. You must have had a bunch of mods going on, because Kerbal's graphics suck. Might aim for a 2080 Super. That's a pretty huge upgrade over the 2070 Super. If you buy it, like, here's the one thing that I can say about, like, spending that ridiculous amount of money on the top of the line GeForce graphics card. You will not have to buy another, as long as it doesn't explode, as long as it doesn't burn up, you will not have to buy another graphics card for 7 to 8 years, is my guess. Because the 1070 has been with me for like 2 or 3 years now, and I have no need of upgrading. I never see anything maxing out my fucking GPU, you know? We're at a certain threshold here, a certain limit. That's why people are talking about things like onboard ray tracing and shit like that. They need a feature, they need a gimmick. I mean, it'll be really cool. They get a CPU chip on there that's specifically for ray tracing. The lighting will be so much, you know, more realistic. But, like, we're at a limit where it's like the average home PC owner has way more power than they could imagine needing, than they could legitimately imagine needing. 2080 Super, 780 euro, yeah. Once the 3000 series is gonna be out, the 2080 might come down in price, though. We'll go look and see what the 1080 is. Like a 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti is a lot of power. Go see what those are selling for right now, because the prices, it's weird, the fucking price, the way that it's working these days. It's like they're not even pricing it down. I mean, Nintendo Switch is not going to come down in price. And it's like, will you just drop the price already? It's been out for all this time. If you drop the price, I would buy it. But instead, they released the Nintendo Switch Lite, which puts itself at a price point where now the Switch can, like, never lower in price. Because there's the Lite there. And it's like, well, how much would the Lite have to lower in price in order for the Switch to lower in price? Ah, fuck you guys. I'll just emulate it. But, alright, we're down to 1,500 meters above the surface at 73 meters per second. I haven't even looked at the game in quite a while, but we've been having a fun little conversation there. Okay, shouldn't have done that in atmosphere before you F5'd from here, Pawn. Okay, so give me like 3 times Fizz Warp and bring me down, because I am going to land this on the water. That's how this is going to work. Oh, God, the frame rate has gone to shit. Alright. Maybe it's because we're rendering the sun bloom right now. If I look straight up, then the frame rate should be, it's awful. It's awful. It's just the game. Dive bomb the planet, Paul. Hack the planet with your body into pieces. Like, something has to break. It's either you or the planet. One of you is going to do it. Turn the lights off, I think, at this point. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Oh my god, the responsiveness, or rather lack of it at this point. Yeah, it's just Kerbal's been open for too long. It's like, I can't handle this anymore, man. What are you doing to me? Down. Can't quick save while I'm about to crash, which I'm totally about to do. Let's just put the landing gear out for this smooth landing on the water. I really don't want SAS. For this landing. I'm going to pull the landing gear back in, because it's silly to have it out. And we'll just come in here. We want to get it down to like 30 some meters per second. Then if we slap it down on the belly at 30 meters per second, it'll all hold together, hopefully. Be my goal. Maybe some more. Let's get rid of you. Okay, I'm not paying attention, so I'm not seeing. There we go. Get rid of you so I can see how much trim I've put on this in order to maintain elevation. Okay, yeah. Dive it, and then pull up hard. Pull up hard. Boom. And we're down in one piece in the water on Kerbin. It goes to orbit, it comes back, it does it all in one stage, in a single stage, which makes it a SSTO single stage to orbit. Very nice. Very nice. F5 just in case the game crashes, because my god is it struggling. Recover vessel. Recover vessel. 30 milliseconds, 30 meters per second with gear out, that's survivable. Even without it out, apparently. I don't know. I think I could get that down if I flew it right. I could get to like 14 meters per second. Just boom, you know. Objective complete. Indeed. We've spent a little bit of money today on a mission that earns us no money. We got contracts for days around the moon. And we got tourism contracts, but today was basically, I guess it boils down to a R&D day. We've researched and developed an SSTO. We've got one that works. It works but barely. So next time we come to this, you know, I think we'll be putting together a bit of a Mark IV, building off of this design in order to make sure that it's a guaranteed to orbit kind of a flight. And yeah, my goal will be to be able to get an SSTO that goes to the moon. I don't know how much bigger I'm going to have to build to do that. If I can build off of this somehow, I think you're going to have to build a lot bigger. I think you're going to have to go up to like 3 these things, more liquids, all the kind of stuff. But that's our first SSTO, and she works. But barely. But fucking barely. My old GTX 960 from my dad today, I collected it, so it's time to give that a run again until I can buy a proper replacement GPU. I don't know if it'll hold up. It's 6 years old. I've got one of those in storage right now as well as a backup in case everything goes to shit and everything breaks. I was going to sell it. Maybe I should sell the GPU at the same time as I sell my CPU that I'm replacing, and then basically, and then I will have made money on replacing the CPU, you know. There will be no cost of it. It'll come down to like $40 or $50 once I sell my CPU off, so hell yeah, absolutely worth it. But if I got rid of that 960, I don't know if a 6-year-old GPU will be worth anything still. 960, it's got some power behind it. It's got some power behind it. Certainly as a interim fill the gap kind of a thing, it's got some power behind it. I did a lot of YouTubing and probably even live streaming off of my 960. Just have to stream at 720p instead of 1080. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you enjoyed our SSTO adventure, because I certainly did. We made a craft that does the job, and now that I've got that experience back under, belt, back in hand, next time we come around, we'll try and build one that goes to the moon. I've got other missions at the moon as well, and maybe, since we've done so much SSTO, when we come back, maybe what we'll do is a different mission. I've been thinking that in this normal mode, it would be nice to set up a comms network. Normal mode doesn't really need it, because you buy into, like, the comms center. You get so much money, and it's so cheap to buy into everything. It's completely unbalanced. But I have been thinking it would be nice to put up, like, comms around things. And my thought would be, build a craft that has 2 small communication satellites at the tip of it. And that's your payload. So build the payload as 2 small comm satellites, and then you push them into orbit around Moon, Minmus, Kerbin, and if they've got the delta V to get them where they need to be, then you can put them into polar orbits at 90-degree rotations so that you will always have coverage. Or nearly always. I don't know how it works, but probably always have coverage, no matter what side of the Moon or Minmus you're on, or what antenna you brought, and that kind of stuff. So that's an idea. I'm kind of interested in that. We have so many missions at the moon, it might actually be worth it. But for today, the time has come. I am the Ronin Ball. Nine Pony. Good streams, says Pi. Had fun. Me too. It was fun chatting with you, Jem. After you shut up about the fucking masks. But yeah, it's now 11:30 p.m. here. The sun is rising where you and Pony are, presumably. Says Zombie Ed. I will see you all in the next live stream, and I'm going to try and bounce back and forth between Kerbal and Cluster Truck, so probably Cluster Truck next time. I'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody. On out.
Singing. La, 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 la.